for a Christian Obi. So in whatever way it is, if Atiku has the ticket, then the north, the southeast, the south generally will not vote for Atiku because they believe the south still needs to complete its 8 years. So this thing is like favoring Tinubu in both ways. I hope you guys are understanding me.
Yes.
All right. So that's that about that. But uh, let me just that's my own submission, sha. That's my submission.
Thank you, Ibrahim. So the
Bye.
observer, I'm sorry, before you go to observer, LA wanted to make quite some observations on Malam State, but I think you can do that, then also make your submission. LA, since you're back, you have the floor.
I'm trying to like take mute myself. Yeah, Malam. You see, I will give you some few examples when it comes to northern politics, and you know from your mind, northern politics is all about follow. Is where their leaders are going that they go. We all know that. It's not a politics whereby, okay, well, people will say, because you may be saying people are angry. People are angry. Who are the people that are angry right now? The elite in the north. And it's where the elites are going. That's where the common man goes. That's the way the election in the north is being played. I won't talk of northeast. Because northeast is a 50-50 thing. And Tinubu may even probably lose northeast because of Atiku sentiment. But I'll talk of northwest, and I'll give you an example of northwest. In northwest in 2015, why did Jonathan lost? Why did Jonathan lose? All the major players in northwest politics were with Buhari. Is it Konkoso? Is it Shakarao? Is it Yari? Is it Wamako? Is it Adamu Alero? I'm calling names for you now. They were all with Buhari.
No, but in 2019, those people were not with Buhari. He still cleared the Northwest.
They were still with Buhari.
No. In 2019, they
Except
all left.
except Konkoso.
No.
Konkoso. Wait now.
Buhari is unique. Let's not be analyzing Buhari this way.
Exactly. Buhari's case is completely different.
Hold
Wait now, allow me talk now.
Let him finish. Let him finish. Then you make the point of the observation when it's done. Ellie, please continue, please.
In 2019, Konkoso was not with Buhari. But was Yerima with Buhari? Yes. Was Wamako with Buhari? Yes. Adamu Alero? Yes. They all with Buhari. Adamu Alero only left 2023 to PDP and is back to APC again. Now, if anything is going to change in that region, you see these people I called have to move away from Asiwaju. If those people move away from Asiwaju, then I know your 70% is guaranteed. But if they are still with Asiwaju, why did Atiku won 2020 Kebbi state election in 2023? Is it not because of Adamu Alero? Is it because of Atiku popularity in the north? It's because of Adamu Alero, because he's the main guy in Kebbi politics. Do you think it's a Malami? What can Malami give to him? So, your permutation on Northwest Me, I no buy am. I don't buy it until these people. You see, Southwest, wherever is very, very dynamic because they don't put their eggs in one basket. But at the same time, they can't see their own son contesting and said, okay, we want to throw him away. That is that permutation. But you see, North Central, I said it in one submission. North Central was the place that gave Ashwaju victory in the last election. If you like, you take it. If you like, don't take it. And it's holding on tight to it. There was one, I said this maybe 3 days ago. There was one, is it obedient? Is it Ayo Space? Yeah, I think it's Ayo Space. There one lady, I think she's a regular, I've forgotten her name. She came there. She said the peace they are enjoying in Plateau State under Tinubu is okay for them to vote in. Do you want to talk of what is happening in Zango Katab and Zlatan Kaduna? And if you don't know, let me tell you something. Zlatan Kaduna is more or less like the headquarters of that North Central in politics. Zlatan Kaduna, you think they are not powerful? And their son is chief of defense staff right now. You think that settlement won't be there for North Central? And you're telling me they're going to slug it out? The sentiment of Obi has vanished in that North Central. If they can keep up with the peace in that North Central, I said it, if they can keep it up, they didn't lose their guard up to election time, that North Central is gone. Southeast is no go area. Unless, like the rumors we're hearing, if Tinubu will place political whatever, bring out Nnamdi Kanu to neutralize Peter Obi. If that won't happen, they can probably, there are some people that will say, okay, oh, this guy gave us this. Simple. But South, that one no go area for both Obi and Atiku. The sentiment of this, that is gone. Oh. Those guys they are enjoying themselves there. It's one of the most peaceful region now in South. That's why you see almost all the governors are from 6 PDP governors. Is remaining, I won't even call it 2. Is remaining 0.5. Because one has done medical. The other one is finalizing his documentation. So that is my own submission.
Thank you, Ali. So let's go to Bashar. You weren't sure that I wanted to speak initially, but let's take Observer. Then we'll come back to you, Bashar. The Observer.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Yeah, I just want to chip in some things like when people refuse to
The
see
Observer.
the
Let's have a
yeah.
bit more energy from. Let's have a bit more energy from you.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yeah, it's more like when people just refuse to see beyond their immediate environment and call it credible statistics. It's just like I can't wrap my head around that. Just because I live somewhere or within my own household, we share one sentiment. Doesn't mean even my neighbor shares that. So when I hear people speak and be like, with the statistics I've done, but how credible is your statistics? That's what is it even viable or something? Now, when they're talking about people losing votes, fine, we get the fact that the people that lost on fuel subsidy removal, the floating of naira and stuff, we all know the people that gain more from that, which is the elite from the north. Yorùbá will say kò sí ẹni tí wọ́n ń nà lẹ́gba tí ò ní tara. It's more like there is no way they're going to beat you and you won't like react to it. Fine, the population of like the lower class is very much over there, and the influence of the elites is very pronounced. Let me put it that way. In the north, I live in Yola, so you could see the whole thing and you understand how things work. However, if we sit down, let's forget the fact that back in 2023, we saw politics that are not aligning with anything. We are not seeing where we are going. But for anybody that kind of sit down, I dare anybody that is contesting to be president to fault any of the policy that is going on. Aside the fact that they will say it's hard, everything is hard, everything is hard. That's the sentiment, which, in all honesty, average, I don't want to say average Nigerian, but most people can't think beyond their emotion. Like they have emotional level that is beyond their own consciousness. So every single time things are being bandied and being repeated, are being they just be like, I was listening to one space. It's more like we can't let this continue. It's just like let what continue actually, because the annual ASU strike, we it's not even on the horizon. It's not coming. It's not going to happen. That alone it's credit to what is being put in place. The paying back the aviation backlog for all these airline thingy, settling those. It's a step forward. The annoying thing is even the people that are supposed to be image maker or disseminating information for the president are not. They are not shouting enough about their achievements, which it's like people are not doing their real job. However, we could see what is happening. People will shout, we are suffering. And it's, oh, Malam has gone. This anchor borrower thing, I don't know when it's going to move away from it because the payment and this Cardoso kind of fetish is one of those things. So now, when all of this, because objectively, you can't say when I resume office, I will stop this. Because I dare anybody to say they will bring back subsidy and let's see how that works. Now they will say, "Hey, how are they now distributing it?" No one is facing any governor that's getting about increase of about 150%, 180% of what they are earning before. No one is facing them to do something new. You want to blame people. People will be like health, education. Do you even know who is responsible for what? What the federal government is responsible for, tertiary education, they are taking care of it with NEL. Now, is there anything in universal basic education in your state? What is primary health doing? Like, is your governor one of those people that doesn't want local government autonomy? These are the issues, and when you we let all these things fester about this personal sentiment, I get it. It's easier to tap into emotion more than logic, which is fine. But what should be stemming its board is people trying to still drive the same sentiment. Sometimes you just sit down and be like, see, I didn't go to school to be like having pissing contest or shouting contest with people. It's about listening, placing fact, and knowing that this is where it's going. When it comes to election, someone is saying some people will take 50%. People don't understand the fact that the governor, the sway they hold, is a thing. Now with El-Rufai's candor and power and his influence, he couldn't win Kaduna for APC, and rightly so because APC couldn't even get up to 10% of Southern Kaduna votes. I think no, about 12, 13% or thereabout. But now it's something that might change. I'm not saying will change, might change significantly because it won't be the same. The whole sentiment of all the Muslim together, like somebody rightly pointed out, won't fly because they've seen the fact that okay, these people are not here for like it's not all gloom and doom for us. And as for Alero, Yaya Abdullah, the KB people, it, it, it's going to be a thing where APC will put their weight. Same thing in Kano. Something will happen. Nobody knows where Kwankwanso is going. Everybody will split votes. The major thing is that if Obi run with Atiku, which I really want to see that because it's one thing to be like what ifs. There will always be what ifs in any situation. But if they run together, it will bring a lot of apathy towards things that people are not considering. Because I'm seeing people, if we join 6 plus 6 million, is more than 8 million. It doesn't work that way. You don't just join votes. People will have personal interest and their reason for voting in the first place. That I voted somebody last election doesn't mean I'm going to vote the same person, even when if they are on the ticket. However, the Southwest will be walkover. It's not even be a contest. It will be a walkover because rightly so, the South should finish. Southeast we always have their way of voting. They've always voted PDP every time until last election when they had someone from their hill that has a real shot at it, which means every politics, let's face it, it's subject to interest. So if anybody is running on a very strong platform and they feel it's this, we saw someone saying, "Will you vote for Amala Party, Yoruba slaves?" And want to be forming, "I didn't do that, I didn't shake it." And if we are placing all of this, and objectively, I like to see those ones that are saying, "Yeah, this person is the best thing after Agege bread," and they were gone. Show me anything that you wrote before 2015 or even before 2016, 18 that you praise this person. So we all know what we are doing. The whole repackaging and revitalizing someone just to like get to the end. I know we all have our interests, but the fact that what I'm saying is I didn't care who became president in 2023 because it was rubbish all through. But for all the things that has been happening, the policies, you can't even fault it. Where I will fault the whole thing is the insecurity part. Because Yoruba will say see what is this? I can't remember, but it will come to me. But it should be like doing something. Like we all know it's not easy. But if what we have on ground is not working, it's the box stop with the leader to be like, let's try something new. There is the part of the Amotekun thingy. The federal government should try to restructure police network to be more local. I dress state police, I won't even lie, because the governors are way worse. These are the same people that are benefiting from everything without delivering
Observer,
anything.
observer, sorry, let's come back to the main conversation. You have now segued a bit out of it with all the state policing and all of that.
No,
I'm still going to
I'll circle
introduce
back.
other
I'll circle
variables.
back to it. No, it's just like just I just digress just to make a point. Like, sorry, if that's not
Go
working,
ahead. Then.
yeah. So if that's not working, like it's about him using those governor, and I know it's like tens and up, but a bit of calling them out a bit to do more. I know he doesn't have any sway on the governors, but him like shedding like light away from himself through his handler media people and shed light on the governor to pressure them to doing something. Because should insecurity be addressed with the help of the governors, it should definitely like put a lot less pressure on the center. But the ADC thing, let's face it, a straight primary with Atiku in the party. No way. Only the blind will not know that this is Atiku's brainchild. He owns it. Nobody, nobody in those northern elites respect to be enough to even sit in the room if Atiku didn't call them for coalition. We can all pretend, yeah, they are all politicians. But when it comes to people regarding each other, they do not. And you could see the body language, the way they react. They don't respect. And say even they see the ticket to South, it's an elite game. Amechi will beat Obi Black and Blue in primary. And whether they like it or not, unless Atiku like receive Jesus into his life and be like, yeah, let this ambition, I don't care anymore, and support Obi. But if not, Atiku is winning the thing straight up. And if not, the other strong people, they are Amechi's ally, right from PDP time. These politicians, they have hierarchy. They kind of rate people according to. El-Rufai supported Amechi in APC's primary. He is a loyal party man. So when the primary is done, he pits his tent with Ashwaju. And rightly so, because they go way back when they were registering CPCU, what Amechi was able to do for them and financially and manpower. So everybody will have their own people. But when you have your people at the apex of everything, whether you like it or not, popular vote doesn't win delegate election. Thank you.
Thank you, Observer. So let me introduce a different variable. Thank God Daniel is here. So there's been rumors that Masiwaju may replace Shetima and introduce a new VP. When that happens, does it not change the dynamic, especially within the Northeast? But before Daniel goes, Femi, let's have you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let me start with your with your poser. For me, I don't think I should really replace it, man. Because as far as I'm concerned, there's no reason for it. As in, based on what we have on the table now, there's no reason for it. And another reason why he's not going to replace it is that if you look at the Northeast, Borno and Yobe are the only two homogeneous states in the Northeast that are different from Adamawa and the other Northeast, Taraba and the like. Borno and Yobe are homogeneous because they are majority Kanuri. And that is the only two majority Kanuri states we have in Nigeria. So he doesn't have a reason to replace him for who else in the Northeast. And with Shetima on the ticket, despite Atiku being on the ballot, okay, you still have a huge chance, okay, of winning Bono and even winning Yobe this time around. Because as I said earlier, they are homogeneous. And Shetima is not going to be contesting as just ordinary Shetima or as just Senator Shetima. He's going to be contesting as the vice president with more influence and the like. So for me, I don't think there's any reason for him to replace Shetima, and that's by the way. One major thing, as in that all this Buha has revealed is the as in it has removed the veil. Everybody is now seeing each other clearly. I'm referring to the obedience guys now, they were led into an ambush of a coalition. So, and now it is now becoming clear what is happening. Now there is no pretense anymore because they were the one that were shouting all this while. Oh, if you are supporting this politician, you are after my life. If you are supporting this, you don't like Nigeria. You want to destroy our country. You want to do this, you want to do that, you want to do that. Just few days ago, they started making excuses for those politicians. One of the politicians that they called a killer in the state while he was governor, they started saying they are forgiving him and all this and all that and all that. You know, talking about how when Obi went to Malami to go and have a meeting with him. If you look at the comments under that post, I've forgotten the name of that person that posted it. If you look at the comments, I was now asking myself, am I dreaming? Malami from you people. So, as in, the veil has been removed. The hypocrisy is now wide open for everyone to see. So, going into 2027, there is nobody that will come and gaslight us or pretend to us that you love Nigeria more than us. That's why you are supporting this candidate. You cannot tell us that again because we've seen the real you. They now thought that all these, you know, politicians, these guys that their job, their day-to-day job is politics. They have been discussing coalition. Some of them said they've been discussing it 18 months ago, just 6 months after President Tinubu got into office. They've cooked it, they've done everything. Some of them even went to the OFS party, okay? They now cook everything. You now come because because you are Van Damme or you are Arnold Schwarzenegger. They will now give it to you. That okay, yeah, take, go and use it to contest. As in, I don't know how these people think. For you to have thought that you will go into that alliance with these people and they'll just say, okay, take and go. And the worst part of it is that they are not even very smart. You now come online now issuing threats. Do you think these politicians care about your threats? They don't care. They would rather go down on their own than giving you that ticket. So I'm happy because we were saying it back then that these people they are just pretending. It's not that they love this country. They just also want to get power and perpetrate what they want to perpetrate. It is not because they love us, they love the country. They are just pretending, hey, you're after my life. Yeah, this, you don't love the country, you're only pretending. Now, uh, you've been exposed. We can now see that you don't love the country. Moving to the analysis of the elections, see, I always say something. There is no politician that is popular in the whole of Nigeria. And even it is not peculiar to Nigeria. In most democracies, you don't win an election because you are popular everywhere. No. You win an election because number one, you have your base. Number two, you have people in other places that can be your guarantor, that have the years of some followers, that have the years of some people, or a sizable number of people that they can convince to support you. That is how you win elections. That is why you form alliances. And a lot of examples abound. But let me use the most popular politician we've had in our country since 1999, which is Muhammadu Buhari. Muhammadu Buhari contested in 2011. I will not even talk about 2003 and 2007. 2011. In the whole of southern Nigeria, in the whole of South, we have 70 states in southern Nigeria. He did not win one local government. Here it again. I'm not saying he did not win state. He did not win senatorial district or no. One local government area. Buhari did not win in the whole of southern Nigeria. Fast forward 4 years later, he won 5 states. Look at that leap, that jump. And people also forget that it was not just the Southwest that made Muhammadu Buhari win in 2015. It was also the North Central. North Central, that's why North Central is a very, very key central for winning elections in Nigeria. Jonathan lost, it was because Jonathan lost, apart from Southwest, he also lost the North Central to Muhammadu Buhari. That was why he won in 2015. And who were the people that brought North Central to the table? It was this same Ashewaju and some part of New PDP. Because Kogi, Awudu then, Awudu was, I think, was in ACN also. Akume was in ACN also. So ACN did not just bring Southwest, it also brought some part of North Central and 25% in Edo State. Because Muhammadu Buhari also had 25% in Edo State in 2015 when Oshomole was governor. And for people that knows how Edo State is, Edo North, which is the base of Oshomole, always goes with him. That's why earlier, I think I was on space, in a space earlier when they were arguing about Edo. As far as I'm concerned, what is going to happen in Edo in this coming election is going to shock a lot of people. Because Edo North is already it's already with APC. There's not even debating that. But Edo South and Edo Central that have always gone with the opposition, things are changing there now, especially because the government is from Edo South. But that's just by the way. So what I'm trying to say, Buhari won North Central. I was saying earlier that Mr. Dane should engage Mohammed on that North Central based on states. Because what he said, there is no empirical evidence to back what Mohammed is saying about North Central. Because if you look at it, Kogi, is it Kogi that Atiku is going to win or is going to increase his margin? What is it called? Kwara. Is it Kwara that is going to win or is going to increase his margin? Benue. Is it Benue is going to win or is increase his margin? Even Nasarawa and Plateau. The governor of Plateau is still in PDP. We don't know what he's going to do. And even Niger. There was one guy, his name is Adam. During the 2023 election, he used to be everywhere on the spaces, arguing, shouting. I think the guy has relaxed now. I see him of recent on some spaces, but he speaks gently now, unlike in the past, where he used to shout, we are going to show Tinubu, we are going to show him, we are going to do this, threatening, you know. But when the result came out from Niger State, we also saw what happened. So elections are won, first of all, based on your base. Number two, based on the guarantors you have in the different zones. It is those guarantors that we say, okay, that work for you. They have the ears of their followers. They are able to mobilize on election day. They are able to get out the vote and mobilize people to the polls. Those are the people, okay, that you will see politicians cutting about. Politicians, engaging. The governors are part of this set of people. Some of them are senators. Some of them don't even have any political office. Or few of them don't even have political office. So these are what win elections, because fine, people vote independently. We have quite a number of people that vote independently. They are part of the mix. But the people that vote independently, the population of the people that vote independently versus the population of people that vote based on persuasion versus the people that vote based on party membership, you have to take everything together. So if you look at the different zones, who are the people, who are the politicians that are there, that are working for their party? Who are the politicians that are able to mobilize that you say, if this person is supporting me, I can guarantee 25 or 30% over there. And that was one of the reasons Ashwadi was not blown out in the Northwest, despite all the hiccups, despite all the Naira redesign, fuel scarcity, the Atiku campaign, and all those things. That was why he was not blown out, because he only won 2 states. But the places he lost, apart from Kaduna, it was very close because he had politicians that were on ground that if they say they are with you and they work for you, you are going to see the results. A lot of people that are coming online to come and say all these things, a lot of them cannot win election on their street. If they say, okay, let's contest in our street, you cannot win election in your street. So I don't take it to heart, or I don't take it very seriously. That's why I seldom argue on spaces these days, because I know you cannot win an election on your street. So I don't need to argue with you. We know the people that when they say we are with you and they are going to deliver, they will deliver. We know them in our country, and it is based on experience. It is
So,
based on experience. And
so that,
politicians also, yes, go
so
ahead.
for me, land your plane because I want to shift gear on this conversation to
Okay.
something else.
Yeah. All
So you
right.
can
So
tell
let
anything.
me. Okay. So politicians also learn, because don't think that it is only you people that are this thing. That's why I look at some of this obedience. You want to use the same playbook that you used in 2023, 2027. And you think the politicians that you used it against in 2023, they've not learned their lesson, okay, to be able to counter some of those playbooks that you brought. We'll see. But as far as I'm concerned, everybody has made the analysis about north, south, northwest. For me, the most potent one is going to be that a lot of sitting governors, both APC and PDP, are running for re-election in this coming this thing. Unlike last time, a lot of them were going, they were running their second term and they were going out. They, as a result, there was a lot of Ula Balu within the APC as a result of the primaries. Some of them, the governor just collected the ticket, the senatorial ticket of the senator, like we saw in Kebbi, that made the politicians leave. But this time around, the party will be more calm because there is not going to be a lot of rank up. Majority of the governors are going for the second term. And if you look at it, when they are going for second term, they work harder than when they are going out. It was the same thing that helped Muhammadu Buhari in 2019 as well. That was able to get some of the things he got in Southeast and South. And the biggest change in 2027 is going to be the South. I'm still watching because there are a lot of things going on there. And Festus Keyamo said one thing when he was speaking with the Delta APC stakeholder that they are meeting. He said, for us in the South, we've already forget about 2027 because we know Ashwaju will win. We will put in the work. What we are working on now is 2031. I hope some of our neighbors are listening. What they are working about now is 2031. I won't say more than that. Let me end here. Thank you.
Thank you, Femi. So moving forward, let's try and keep the submission concise so that we can move around quickly. Now, all the submissions we're making, I hope we're mindful that it's 2 years to election. All these alliances and allegiances can change within a twinkle of an eye before
I
2020.
I just wanted to ask that question. How do people want to use the anger of 2025 to vote in 2027? Please, can somebody explain that to me? Because that thing they mod me every time where they hear them.
So when we're making our permutations, we should also have that at the back of our mind that politicians are prostitutes. Once interest is changing, they're also changing their positions. So let's have that at the back of mind. But I want to go to we've spoken extensively about the other regions. Let's go to the Southeast. So for the APC has Imo states. We have a relationship in Ebonyi State through Mai. Maybe some bit of understanding with Abia. Then, of course, latest inroad handshake with Soludo. So, are we saying that, given the changing political landscape, do we think that an Ashwaju will fare better than he did in his first term in the Southeast? Then, what is the play for when Anobi becomes VP to an Atiku? Daniel had made some allusion to say the votes may not be as prominent, as it was in the first time. But one can still argue that if it's on the ballot and the way they weaponize, for lack of a better word, hate against an Ashwaju or APC in the Southeast, would that really matter? So let's do this other calculation. Daniel, over to you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
You see, I've said it before. You see, when I was arguing with Malam Sef, by the time we don't tell me, say, waiting in do now, based on his personal survey, I for don't just shut down. I don't know, say, that time I for don't just leave him, You see, the thing is, 2027 is still far away. But when you look at how elections go, you can, like 65-70% predict what politicians will do. They're not going to do radical change. It's not as if you're going to see governors defecting from APC suddenly and going to ADC that is unstable now. Or there are some things that you will just almost know that this plane, this is where it's going to land, right? It might not land specifically at the spot that you're expecting it to land, though. But you can still say, this thing, now here go drop. You see, in the Southeast, and I always use Buhari as an example. In 2015, Buhari was more popular around Nigeria. Let us tell ourselves the truth. By 2019, his popularity has dropped. By that 2019, they don't eat and well for Southeast. He don't talk about 97.5%. He don't talk some kind things. I think that his first time was when I think it was that time that they released Nnamdi Kanu first time now. I think so. When Nnamdi Kanu worked for PDP then also. I cannot even remember. But he was a less popular man. But if you go and check Buhari's vote tally, Buhari almost doubled his vote in the Southeast. From about 200 to about over 400,000. He got 25% in about 3 states. In 2015, he no get Shingbai. And like Femi said, you see, when governors are in their second term, when a president is an incumbent, the ball game is different. But there's something I wanted to actually correct. You see, it was the Southwest and the North Central that changed for Buhari in 2015. But the most radical change came from Southwest. That Southwest change was too radical. From a man getting less than 7%, or maybe in a region, you are getting, when you put all your votes together, you are getting about maybe 7%. For you to come and win that region 4 years later. In the North Central, Buhari, they try small now because there are some Muslims, it does not fail so woefully in the North Central. But in the Southwest, Buhari fails, as in 2011, go and check his this thing. I think he got the highest in Oyo, where he got about 9%. In Ogun, 5%. As in, that's what Buhari, they get them. But Buhari came back to win some states and win Southwest 4 years later. That change was radical. That change was something else. And it was that change that made the difference. Because in the North Central, why they win some states before that? Why they try? Why does not get, you know, very, you know, low vote like that in the North Central? It does not get. They don't beat him mercilessly like that in the North Central. So in the Southeast, with Ebonyi, with Imo, with Enugu, which other state is there again? Soludo is doing his own. All those people will do his own. I will be surprised if Asiwaju does not get 25% of votes in the Southeast. I'll be surprised. But I know that Asiwaju will not come to the Southeast again and get that 5% we get. It's not going to happen. Governors will pull their weight this time around. Some of them have started their mobilization already. So when Asiwaju is coming, he's going to get at least 25% in the Southeast. Me, I know that one. It's not going to get, because in 2023, if like saying 5%, I mean 6% Asiwaju get. That's not going to happen again. Unless, you see, if whether Obi is the presidential candidate, whether Obi is anything, it's not going to happen. You see, what a lot of people don't understand is there are some things that played out in 2023 that will not play in 2027. There are some things that worked against Asiwaju that is not going to work against him again. So I still believe Obi will still get higher than 70%. He's still going to get, you know, but that 80 something or 90, I think about 87 or this thing, he's not going to get it. It's not going to happen. And South is going to, you know, even like I, you know, when I earlier spoke, it's not, is that one, even in 2023, it didn't perform so woefully like that. Now, he still got about 29 or 30% of the vote now. So, Atiku got his own, Obi got his own. So 2023, with all this defection, with the sentiment of vice president going to South in 2031, what do you think is going to happen there? It is my Southeast brothers that are pity, because at the end of the day, they are going to come and cry again 2031, and they will cry, and that's and nobody's going to listen to them, because at the end of the day, if you don't bring votes, if you cannot align, nobody go look your face. So you are not going to be struggling for the same thing for those that align and bring more votes. Unfortunately.
All right. So this is not
okay. Okay. So it's not going to. So that's not going to. Happen. You know what Mala was saying that time, which is very funny, is that the total vote that came out of South Northwest in 2023 is 6.4 million votes, right? So all things being equal, say that vote does not change. What he's saying is that Asiwaju will get only 900,000 of those votes. Somebody will come carry 1.6 million and go and put on the side. But when you get to North Central, it will balance out. You see, when you want to do political analysis, number one, you must understand numbers. When you see numbers, you must be able to plot numbers. When you just look at numbers, you must be able to plot it forward, plot it backward. Then you drop a bias, because you know that you can get here, you can lose here. You know, we are saying, if you turn it, no matter how you turn it, based on where we are today, it's still going to be a very difficult, it's still going to be a very difficult thing for the incumbents to be beaten. Look at the ruling party. Look at the coalition. The coalition is struggling with coalition, not a merger. What APC did was a merger. A merger is still you know that a merger, you will dissolve your existing entity and melt into a new entity. That is a more difficult organization and a more difficult thing to do. This one is coalition, just move and come under a new umbrella temporarily. See how disorganized they are. And you think that these people are the one that will remove incumbents. The last defection that we saw was about six legislators, federal legislators. They come to APC again. But people will overlook all these things. And you will come and you will do your analysis. When votes now come out, you now say you were rigged. You now be putting your eyes on the judiciary. You now be telling us that but you are seeing all these things. You are ignoring it. Governor go to camp, they don't have value. Senator go to camp, they don't have value. Somebody was saying today that Amechi will do something for Atiku in Rivers State. Amechi as a governor, as a super minister, he did not get 25% for Buhari. He did not get 25%. Go and check it. He did not get 25%. In fact, in 2019, when Buhari managed to get 25% in more southern states, Amechi could not still deliver 25% for Buhari in Rivers State. I think it was about 23.9. Now, on those two occasions, who was the man that made that impossible for him? Wike.
That
Wike. Yes, so that Wike is now in APC. Is a super FCT minister. That Wike as House of Assembly. That Wike is
going to PDP.
That same Wike is going to have the local government chairman. The governor, we know where the governor did. And you will now wake up and say, you will call hungry Amechi out of retirement to come and beat that Wike for an Atiku in Rivers State, when it's the south of one of the south. You know, I don't know. Why do people do this to themselves? If you are doing this, I just hope that when you are talking, you know what you are doing. But if you actually invest your hope in this kind of analysis, you are going to be disappointed. Your heart is going to be so shattered because you are seeing everything on ground. As an incumbent governor, that Huku Peter side, Wike beat am black and blue. 2019, APC no get candidates. With everything.
Is it me or okay?
So me, I don't. I see the break.
You're back on.
Okay, so it make I know to talk. Anybody who want to do analysis, now I've realized that some people that do all this analysis, they just come. They just Atiku will get 50%. Atiku will get this one. Atiku might win Northwest. And let me tell you, Atiku winning Northwest is only certain if he works with somebody like Kwankwaso. If he does not work with somebody like Kwankwaso, and Kwankwaso now goes to work with Asiwaju, if Atiku wins Northwest, he's not going to win it landslide. He's not going to win it landslide. And anything he wins in that place, North Central is going to neutralize it for him. Even with PDP, Atiku did not win only one state in North Central. Even with PDP, he did not win one state. Obi won 2 with FCT. Asiwaju won 4. You now think when a northerner, a Muslim, is coming with El-Rufai as his friend in that same party, is coming to that same North Central, he will now win a ticket that has shown that is Christian friendly. You are now open your mouth. You are telling us that it will balance out. If you have sentiment, just tell us that I am praying for Atiku to win. I hope Atiku will win. I am going to mosque. I am praying. I am going to. We will know that it is prayer. But if you are basing it on any analysis, you know that it is a poor analysis. Cannot get you anywhere. One thing is very sure. Atiku is going to lose woefully in the south this time because the PDP that to come second. Mind you, hope you know that in the southwest, in 2023, even Atiku did not get to 5% in the southwest. People, you could just come. Atiku did not get to 5% in the southwest in 2023. And he did not get to 5% as the second largest voter turnout after Northwest. And you expect to win the election. But somebody thinks in 2019, when it is the turn of the South, the president is a Southwesterner. He will come here again and get more. And if somebody tells you that one, you will believe. Atiku did not get 25% in the Southwest. Go check him. That was one of the places that finished Atiku in this election. Because the vote with the Southwest plenty, he did not. You see, Atiku, the zone Atiku won is Northeast. Northeast has the fourth largest voter turnout. So the place you won is the place where we say vote small. Asiwaju won. Let me tell you the zones Asiwaju won. Asiwaju won Northwest. Northwest has the highest voter turnout. Asiwaju won Southwest. Southwest has the second highest voter turnout. Asiwaju won North Central. North Central has the third largest voter turnout. And you are saying Asiwaju will not win the election. How won't he win? Out of all those three places, the only place Atiku can manage to win now is Northwest, and he's not going to win with a crazy margin. So how is he going to win? Not Central. Asiwaju will still beat him there. He will still beat him there. So what are we talking? So for I think you asked a question there. If this man Shettima will be changed, I don't think so. There's a possibility. There's a possibility. It's not zero possibility. But you know that when you want to make this kind of decision, you will look at the pros and the cons. You will ask yourself, if I remove him, what is going to be the backlash? If I put another person, what's going to be my gain? So that's what you're going to do. But,
if it's Atiku on the ticket, I don't think Shettima is going anywhere.
Yeah.
If it's Atiku,
you see, what we are saying is that it is not an easy decision to make like that. They're going to consider a lot of things because when you remove Shettima, a core northerner, right? What is going to be the reaction of the core north? You have to look at it. The person that you are going to replace him with, what will that person bring to the table? So the analysis you are going to make is that there must be a net gain, a solid net gain for you, so that what you are going to lose, what you are bringing will outweigh what you are going to lose very well. But if they see that it might not be, they might just leave him. Because though, if we look at what happened in 2023, Shettima did not pull his way to that northeast to Atiku won 5/6 in the northeast. 5/6. Atiku got 50-something%. Obi, even Obi got higher than I think even Obi got about 50% in that place. Even Boronu, where this thing did, Atiku still got a sizable number of votes in that Boronu. So when you look at Shettima didn't show himself to be a very formidable vice presidential candidate. But now he is He's a vice president. He's an incumbent. So things can change. But when I'm looking at what is happening in Borno, the likes of this senator, Ndume, some things that his governor is saying, some of all these agidi that they're trying to do, it's not really playing out well. So if some people are saying that there's a possibility, like Victor is saying, yes, I won't say that possibility is zero. I won't say that possibility is zero, but it is something that they will consider very, very well. They will consider it very, very well before they make the decision. And the person that they must bring, if Ashwaju wants to bring another person, it will be a Northern Christian, I'm very sure. So Ashwaju might want to bring somebody from the North Central or, so maybe something like that. But it depends on who they are going to replace him with. But what Victor said is a possibility. I won't cancel it. It's a possibility, but it depends. It depends on how those calculations play out. But this election is still for Asiwaju to lose. It's still for him to lose. It's still, at least as of today, July, it's still for him to lose.
All right, thank you, Daniel. If you're here, you're a member, a supporter of the structure of criminality, ADC, and you have a different permutation, please feel free to request the mic and let's have your own calculations. Victor, you have the floor.
So as we do this full permutation, myself, I won't do my own. Good morning, everybody. The thing be saying this is going to be a repeat of 2003 election, in my own opinion. And this thing always comes up every time there is a second term need. But unfortunately, we have had one president who didn't have a stand and allowed himself to be blackmailed out of power. And then everybody is banking on that, thinking that it will change. The factors that would determine 2027 election are three. Who are the contestants for 2031? Where are they and where is their strength? And today, all the contestants for 2031 from Adamawa to Kano to Niger, they are Northerners. And those people are the people who are building the war chest that they are going to use in 2031. I can easily count 10 of them, from Ribadu to the VP to Kwakwaso to Bago to who did I forget again now? So all the people who are lining up.
Even El-Rufai did there.
El-Rufai also, let me put El-Rufai, who do is partyless now. And those are the people that will determine the 2027 election, because they are going to put their money to guarantee them a fair chance of contesting in 2031. So I don't personally believe that any of those people will be willing to give up their ambition for Atiku. I don't believe so. However, I also see a possibility of Atiku making a deal with them and say, why can't we use 12 years? I will do 4 years and I will give you guys to contest again in 2031 so you can do your 8 years. So that's a possibility.
And they will believe,
the North might be looking at taking a double chance.
Victor, and they will believe Atiku. See, Atiku will do 4 years.
Well, Atiku will be old at the end of 84 is an old age. Don't forget, 84 is a very old age. If by reason of strength, if he still has strength, he might not be able to perform like that, because one thing that is very clear in Atiku's this, he just want to sit on that office, even if it's for one day. Somebody said he forgot the liberty. Be able to decide that, okay, whose interest is playing out. Then the VP interest, South is positioning themselves for that VP position. I don't know whether the Southeast people are sleeping because Atiku Obi tickets. That's Obi will be counting on Atiku to give him power back after 4 years. That's not going to happen, but at least he will enjoy vice presidency, which in my opinion, I think is Obi's highest ambition. That if Obi sees vice president, Obi will be okay. I don't try. But I don't know how Tinubu is going to lose this election if he's held down Southwest and South-South, and all he has to do is battle 25% in the rest of the region. I don't know how he's going to lose this election, because a lot of people are thinking that people will stay angry till 2027. I don't know how that is going to happen. But who knows? It can happen. But I don't, all these things, that obedience thing, that's how people vote. People are hungry, people are dying. I don't understand where that thinking comes from, but hopefully it will work for them. But I don't know how Asiwaju will lose the next election, except maybe, like they say of Donald Trump, if he shoots somebody in the public on TV, maybe. But right now, I don't see Asiwaju losing the election. But I see Asiwaju losing is who will take over from him in 2031. And in my own thinking, I think that's the thing that is bothering Asiwaju the most now. Asiwaju wants to have control of who becomes president after him in 2031. So it might be I'm twisted to take his second term and not be able to dictate that as a Buhari, like it happened to Buhari in 2023. But in my own opinion, that's the thing Asiwaju doesn't want to lose. Who will take over from him in 2031? And that's where the real politics is, because he has to choose between the embargo, Ribadu, Shetima, Kwakwaso, and Kwakwaso right now is not part of the core. So I really don't know. He might go and choose Kwakwaso, which will create a problem for him within the party. If Kwakwaso just promise support.
How can he Victor? How can he choose Kwakwaso that is not from the core APC? You cannot choose all those kind of people now. You should know that one.
Because he might make that promise for the Kano vote. Sure, you understand? Because the Kano vote is almost 2 million votes. And I'm looking at Asiwaju thinking, okay, let me add Kano votes to Lagos votes. Sure, you understand? That's almost 3 million or 3.5 million votes on its own.
No, Asiwaju will now promise 2031 with Kwakwaso for that. No, now, okay, if Kwakwaso does not give Asiwaju, what are Kwakwaso's options?
Kwakwaso is
let us explore that. If
Kwakwaso is going to contest whichever way, but what is going to need a platform. And that platform is him joining APC to stay in APC for 4 years. Sure, you understand? So if he delivers Kano and stays in APC, he will have a platform, because Atiku is still going to contest in 2031, either you like it or not. If he loses in 2027, he's still going to contest.
I've told people now. Yes, I've told people that. I've told people that before. That
so Atiku is playing 2 chances. I have 2 chances. Everybody thinks Atiku have 1, but Atiku actually has 2. He's going to do 2027 by a chance, and if he can maintain the platform and use the 2027, he's still going to put himself forward in 2031.
No, but Victor, let me ask you a question. Between Atiku and Tinubu, who favors Kwakwaso's ambition more for him to work with in 2027? Who favors him more?
Tinubu now. He cannot work with Atiku now. Kwakwaso cannot work with Atiku. There is no chance for him if he work, because the 2 chances Kwakwaso has. In fact, Kwakwaso has only 1. Atiku has 2. Atiku will still take the chance during Kwakwaso's tenure, Kwakwaso's time. So He can never work with Atiku. Never. It's not going to happen, even for free. So the real issue now, and the problem is that I don't think Atiku can find anybody in Kano. He's trying. Maybe if he finds Shekarau, but even Shekarau seems to have lost out in that power game. I don't know. He can never find Ganduje. He can never find Ganduje.
Shekara worked with him. Shekara worked with him the last time now in 2027.
And that's what I'm saying. He has already lost out because he actually left just few weeks before the election. He was working with Kwakwaso. You get, before he moved to Atiku, it was already too late. In fact, he was elected as an NMPP senator now. That he rejected it. So Atiku has two chances. Atiku is going to be in the ballot on 2027. Is going to be in the ballot on 2031. What Atiku needs now, which he's praying for, is to have Obi with him as a deputy. At least,
yes, so I mean,
that will help him.
I mean, join them in that prayer. I mean, join them in that prayer. I want it to happen. Seriously, I want that
believe Obi has already taken that ticket. He's just afraid to tell his people now that VP better. You know that. Well, eventually he will tell them. He will find a way to tell them. But Obi is not the kind of person that will say he's joining ADC without having been given something. He has been given something, and that thing is VP. It's clear. I don't finish my permutation, no. So
Can I say something easy?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. So
I'm still.
yeah. So I just wanted to add that even if you look at the business community in Nigeria, those top business guys, they are, I would say maybe for the first time in a while, that they are even going to take a side because they've never had it so good as what they're having with Ashwaju today. Recently, yes, we know most of these business leaders, they tend to pander to whoever is in power. But the way it has gone this time around, it has even gone even a notch higher with the way the business community, the Dangotes, the Boa, when during democracy, the last democracy day, Boa he made an interview, okay, and he was talking about the government of Ashwaju and why people should support him and things like that. I've never seen that man as in did something of such in the past. So the business community are also seeing what is happening. And because they are business people, they know where Nigeria is headed. And as far as they are concerned, they are very, very happy with where things are going. I saw the flyer from Dangote recently when he was talking about this distribution and all these things. And if they remove Dangote for that flyer and they show you that flyer, you would think it's from a party, as in you would think it's from APC people, because the way he made that flyer praising the president, now it's like he's campaigning. If they remove the logo of Dangote, you will think it is a campaign flyer. So these business people, they know what they are doing, and also, as people have said, things will not be static. There will be a lot of moving parts as we head off into 2027. And one of the major moving parts that is going to happen in 2026 is the biggest tax cut that we've ever seen in our history.
Femi, there is something I want to say. Those people you are mentioning, they are here to throw their heart into the rings. At least the pastors have thrown their heart into the rings. We now know their capacity. The imams have thrown their hearts into the ring. We know their capacity. The business community is yet to throw their hearts into the ring. So we don't know whether they have so much influence on their employee or their
Na money now. Victor, na
people
money
that
now.
they
Their
are.
influence na money now.
We have not
Their,
exactly. So
their
they
influence
need
is money.
to
It's not
really
mobilizing
do
votes. The
what
influence is money.
they need to do what Elon Musk did in America, but they've not done it yet. The last time they did it was Oyuike. What's that woman
Um,
that did it for Obasanjo? So we don't know what their vote capacity to influence vote is yet
uh,
right now.
Victor, I don't think you will say that in this coming election. But what you are going to see is the endorsements of the policies and program of the government, which is going to give confidence to some set
So,
of people.
Femi, if the opposition comes with the campaign that they will reverse all those things, then you will see them actively in the market. You will see Dangote actively in the market to say, no, you can't ruin my 20 billion refinery. No subsidy is coming back. You will see them, Karim of Matrix and Co., who wants to keep the open market going. Sure, you understand? You will see the banks pitch on the dollar part because they now control their own dollar and doing their own. So it depends on what the opposition bring as a campaign manifesto. If they say they want to reverse the policy, then these people will get into the ring.
Yeah,
But,
that's a
but
possibility.
Victor,
But okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
you know that the way they usually get into the ring before is subtly now, is by money,
Exactly. They don't do
you
like
know,
Elon
or
Musk.
maybe some,
They don't do like Elon Musk.
not like fighting like Elon Musk. Nobody will do that in Nigeria for now. So money, so for somebody like Dangote, it might just want to reduce PMS price a little. You know, those are the kind of things that they just want to do. The ones that import, you know, the flour, you know, that is just some things that you might just see them doing towards the election.
But
But
Mr. Daniel,
primarily it
Mr.
will be
Daniel,
money.
Mr. Daniel, that thing is going to change in the next election because waiting Dangote I don't see in the last 2 years before he settle back. Eh? If he has to get in the ring in 2027, he will get in the ring. Trust me. And I don't see Pepe. So he knows that Tinubu can be very petty if he didn't see your hand when you play his side enough. So they will have to get into the ring because Tinubu will expect them to get into the ring.
And they
Anyway,
got into the ring with OBJ too now. During OBJ, they got into the ring now. See, the thing is that how would they get to the ring? I don't expect Dangote campaigning up and down for anybody. They will give money. They will give
They will
logistics.
start distributing all those rice, spaghetti, everything. They will open center.
Yes, that's what they are going to do. They are not going to be campaigning for you, but they will just distribute some kind of things, make people happy. You know, PMS price, maybe reduce something from do some kind things. That's what they will do now. Dangote does not have that kind of electoral value where they tell you, I want my polling unit for Asiwaju. No, that's not what it's going to
But they
do.
will be organizing all those symposium, be bringing all those World Bank to be saying these policies are good, they shouldn't be
they are already
reversed,
doing
be
it.
bringing all those
Before,
economics,
from now, they
this
are already
thing.
doing it. I said on Democracy Day, Bua, Rabiu, he did a sit-down interview praising all the He was even talking about how
Exactly. I
the
remember that you saying this is how we
Even
brought
Tony
the price
Elumelu.
down. Some people have hoarded the goods when the
Even
president gave us the license.
Does Femi Otedola used to retweet government policies before? Femi Otedola is now retweeting
Exactly.
government.
Even
Yeah,
Tony
exactly.
Elumelu, this last interview, see what they talk. See
Uh,
Dangote last flyer. We thank the president for CNG policy, and he got
uh,
this in a campaign.
he was even
That
doing
thing
before
vex,
and after,
Ishaka.
before and after.
That thing vex Ishaka like mad. He said, can you see this useless Dangote at his level? He's depressing government.
You see, when I
Boa.
saw when I saw some people trying to criticize that thing, I just say you see, I just tell them and say you are a mumu. Do you know what that CNG mean? You are importing everything CNG. It is duty free. They are not paying anything. Dangote is not paying anything on those to bring those things in. You are not paying anything. You are not paying anything. And somebody do that kind of policy for you. What about Naira for crude? Who is benefiting?
Exactly.
You that cannot open one filling station. You cannot even buy one pump. You are not sitting down somewhere. You are talking to a man that has invested over $200 million in a project. You are not sitting down somewhere saying this thing. Those two policies directly affected Dangote positively. I will not be surprised if Dangote is even behind some of those CNG policies. Because it's because of those CNG policies that I can do this is free distribution.
Yes.
That's the reason why I can do it now.
Actually, somebody told me that he actually bought 8,000 trucks that he is intending to be taking product to Niger, Chad, Mali, and everywhere. So the guy is really enjoying now. I think he has settled whatever his problem is with the president.
Let me give you
He's
one
really
example.
enjoying.
Boa in his interview, because it caught my attention when you guys were talking about dollar and all this thing. I think yesterday or 2 days ago. Yeah, yesterday. Boa said, as the chairman of his company, he used to go and queue in Abuja to get dollar at the official rate in the past. As in, he was saying that, look at me, a whole
Mr.
Boa
My
going to
apologies,
Abuja to go and queue for dollar.
Mr. Femi. Oh, please just hold on. Please, I deleted the video I posted on because I realized that many people are asking me to cut out that TT side. So it's on the jumbotron for those that want to maybe repost and share to their family or people that need to get the facts about the international transaction that's been suspended. So it's on the jumbotron now because the first one I posted is 5 minutes. It was maybe na X cut am, but now it's you can see the full length.
But those invisible transactions is the bank's liquidity. It's the banks that says that, okay, we're liquid enough to do this thing now. CBN is no more giving anybody dollar. So you are buying your dollar from the bank if you want. So it's the bank initiative. And that's why some banks have announced it, some have not.
Yeah. So now imagine, as I was saying, now imagine someone coming to campaign saying he is going to reverse the FX policy, where a man like Boa will be going back to Abuja to go and be queuing for dollar every now and then. They will not allow that. That's why I said the business community, they have the edge in this game. And I wanted to round up by saying the biggest change that is going to happen starting from the beginning of 2026 is the tax cut that is going to happen, the biggest tax cut in the history of our country, whereby about almost 70% or so of the working population of Nigeria are going to have are not going to be paying pay. So they are just going to wake up on February or in January ending where they want to get their salary. They will just see that their salary has gone up. That will be the biggest change that we are going to see because it's going to impact millions of people. Thank you. I want to have a call.
Yeah, it is the manifesto of the opposition that I really want to see because I don't know what they want to say. I don't know what they want to say. Atiku must really have some strategists
They
who
will
design
reverse the
the.
FX policy so that Dangote and Boa will go and be paying for dollar in
He can't even say all those things because he's not aligned with what he has been preaching all this while. So he can't. There must be something he has to say in his manifesto. I don't know it yet, except their manifesto is going to be like obedient manifesto. Tinubu is just not doing well. Put me there. That's what I see that the manifesto will be about. And there are people are already displaying it. Tinubu is not doing well. Tinubu is not doing well. Is their only campaign strategy. Not that this is what we will do differently. And that's why I'm advising, that's the question we should be putting forward to them. Who is your candidate and what will you do differently?
People are dying,
Because those are
Mr.
the two
Victor. People are
questions
dying.
they don't have answer to. What did you say,
I
Mr.
said people are
Femi?
dying. Their campaign is people are dying. People are hungry. That's their campaign.
Okay, yeah, that one can work because Nigerians are zombies. So that one can work because I've seen it work so far. Because I don't know what some people are angry about. People are dying. Okay, show us one dead body. They can't show us. So yeah, that's the only thing that can work. But if it is manifesto to manifesto, I don't know what Atiku can say. But Obi is not running. Obi is running as a VP. Anybody that doesn't know that now, that person is a political non-entity. Obi has already accepted VP JJ because all this he has seen that this obedience they are going to
I
lead him
want,
to his grave.
I want to ask question. I want to ask question. I've seen that in all our conversations since morning, nobody had mentioned President Buhari. If you remember very well in 2019, after everybody backed up not to support Buhari, took an Aswadi to tell me take ground that we're going to support him, right? Do you think, because for me, do you think Buhari will, because you see, even these people that are run to this coalition, they all bank that somebody has inherited Buhari's voting block. And like I know something very well, the northern people are not. If Buhari comes out today and tell you support this person, right? What do you think? What benefit do you think that would be? Because you see, in all this noise they are making,
Well,
Buhari has not done
let's be human right now. Buhari is busy fighting it for his life. Let's pray for
Yeah,
him
I don't think Buhari will
once
not
he
involve
gets well.
because of the health.
So let's not start talking of 2 years time about a man who is trying to stay alive. Me, I am busy praying for Buhari. When he comes into the fray, we will see his influence.
Oh, Afema don't enter limbo.
Sorry, there is what is going on now is in Abuja.
So I don't remove Afema from space.
There's this pastor in Abuja that is praising Nesowike and Tinubu during this, I think, Thanksgiving that Wike is doing in Abuja today. And if just people should just go and see the meltdown that is happening online under the post from Channels TV. I've not seen this kind of people before.
I think they are using a good strategy. Honestly, if I was them, I would use the same strategy. Get people angry. I mean, it's almost the same strategy that Donald Trump used in America. So I think it's a good strategy because, I mean, we have a mob. We have people who are angry for nothing. A lot of people cannot even explain why they are angry. So why can't you, if that's what you have, why can't you just keep them angry? Because you don't bring people back to reasonability when they have lost it. So you just use it. So they are using a good strategy as far as I'm concerned. Politically, I will use the same strategy if I was contesting.
Okay, yeah. Uh, Let me transcend the mic to Afema. I take him off the space. I don't know how that.
Now, but do we think what do we think the role the church will play in 2027?
That's another question because they have thrown their hearts into the ring the last time and they have failed. I don't know whether they will be contest shy next election, but they will be
who
cautious
abeg,
because they have seen that obedience are
who
not
abeg.
people that they
No,
can
no, no.
fight
Who are
on
you
their
talking
side.
about, Danny Boy? Who are you talking about, Danny Boy?
He's talking about the church.
The church,
What
the
role
church.
can the church
What
play?
role would the church play?
No, the church will sit back. I'm telling you, the church will sit back because actually, very few pastors that were saying that Obi is not what they think he represents were justified.
That's what me I suspect too. People like Oyedepo and Co will judgely sit
Yes,
back because what they have
they
seen
will,
in
yes,
what they have seen in the last 2 years, they don't fit
yes.
talk.
They will just sit back and watch. It won't be as heavy. They won't. In fact, you will see that Obi himself will not be going to all those polygons, all those services
In
he was
fact, they
going
will not
to.
invite him. They will not give him
Yeah,
invitation.
but before then they don't invite him. He will just show up. So this time you will see that he will not
But
show
do
up
you
because
think
again
they will preach against Muslim tickets?
they will not. They know that they will tell you that it's not what we think. They're already saying it. The Christian Association of Nigeria had already said that now.
That
That it
is
wasn't
still
what they make them.
Which is why me I'm afraid for Tinubu that they might want to force him to choose a northern Christian.
No, they said they are not even
So
interested in the northern. Who is in the northern Christian that is
Tinubu.
look
You cannot
as
force
bad as
Tinubu to do
Shetima
anything.
is?
If you made the
Like I
mind,
said, they cannot. They cannot. They
Tinubu
already
will do
look.
what
Whether
he
you have
wants
a
to do.
Christian,
Nobody can force him.
no, whether they have Christian vice president, Tinubu cannot do more than what he's doing for them. That's the truth. And you see that thing Danny Boy said the other time that changing Shetima. For me, you see that thing that happened in their Northeast caucus meeting. It's just a water. It just tells the water what will their reaction be. And I'll tell you this morning, if you read the tweet from the governor, go and read what he said. The governor of Meduka of Borno State had already cancelled practically everything people were saying about him joining coalition, joining this, joining that, and he said it's not what people that there's nowhere anybody that is certainly going to join.
Omoluabi, you see the issue governors are
Yes.
politicians. He still has
No,
2 years
I
to be a good boy. So you can see
yes.
what has happened to Udume now. Udume will be frozen out. So no governor wants to be frozen out. If you look at Brazil trip now, specific governors were invited to go on that trip. So there are those things you want to enjoy till the tail end of your term that you don't want to be an outsider in the government. So
No, but
sometimes
also
you are
remember,
lying.
also, no, also remember that governor wouldn't have been governor if not Shetima. He said it by himself. If it is not Shetima, there is no way he would have been the governor of that state. So
So
we need to
now
also remember
they
that.
killed the person that won the primary. Now Boko Haram killed the person that
No,
won the
no,
primary. So he
no,
wasn't even in line to be
no.
governor.
That was Shetima, not Zulu. That was during Shetima's time. As in,
And it was Shetima. It was when they killed the person Shetima originally nominated that
no.
Zulum came on
It
board.
was when they killed the
No.
person,
That is Shetima that I'm talking
Ali
about.
Modu Sharif.
That is how
That was during
Shetima
Ali
came
Modu
to be.
Sharif.
What's really?
Okay, it was the person Ali Modu Sharif put forward before. When he died was when Shetima took over. It wasn't. That was way back during Ali Modu Sharif's time. So it's not for me. Anyway, anything can happen, but I don't think there is any reason for it. And don't forget, even day two in Bono, they are queuing for 2031. So
What
everybody is
me, what me I'm seeing now is that even in the northeast, at its kind of zone or microzone to the northeast, there is a Fulani Kanuri battle.
exactly.
Uh, Atiku is Fulani, Ribadu is Fulani. What's the other one that used to be Kashim Imam is Fulani? Then they have the Shetima,
Wait,
Alimodu, the
Victor,
Kanuri side. So
this thing where we
yeah.
dey talk. They fit carry this thing called North Central. Oh. North Central self na not to. No, don't go get too carried away.
That's why
Say
I'm always putting
2021.
Bago. That's why I'm always putting Bago in
Uh-huh.
the
They fit
equation.
carry am for
Baba
North
If you
Central.
Sega,
see, Bago is both Fulani and Central. So that's why I'm always putting him in my equation because that guy can spring it, and that guy is like Tinubu's son now. Every time he's following Tinubu everywhere.
Exactly.
But
If they deliver North Central on next election,
Victor,
and they deliver massively from North Central, they have a big chance in 2031.
yeah, what you are saying, but in that Northeast, you need to understand that most of the governors there, I think apart from that Taraba governor, all of them, they are on their third, they are on their second time. So there is much for them to be in stake for them to take their neck on concerning that. And Mr. Daniel, this thing that I have said is my personal view. Even though even you yourself, I know there are some of the opinion here. There are some of your own biases. Despite that, yes, you might be saying some facts about what you are saying. So that's the same way I want you to look what I'm saying. The Zainab Buba Galadima, see what she said when they asked her what did she think would Tinubu perform in the north. She said 30%. So, and that girl, she was a councillor under CPC and APC. Is because of her APC, the vice president was able to pick her as her advisor and something other thing. She also says something that there was reconciliation of the woman of APC within the APC that wanted to happen, and they will ask her to invite people. And she said, if she invites APC people now, what will she tell them? So it might be my own personal bias, but like I told you, I don't like Atiku. But what I'm hearing on ground,
No,
what
no,
I'm
no. But
hearing on
Malam,
ground,
but Malam, Malam, in that
Allow
same
him, let him
question, he
land now.
asked her.
Moluabi, let him land
No, no,
now.
no, 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 no. Wait, let me
Let
correct
him
something.
land.
Even before Asiwaju, she said that APC in Abuja was nowhere to be found. She said that I didn't start under Asiwaju. They asked her
doesn't
that.
that show
Yes.
in the election? Didn't show that in the election. The APC could not even win 25%. So if you said that before and the results showed that, and she's saying it now again, that means
Okay,
she's
so
right.
Malam, what do you
So
think? What do you think will happen in Abuja 2027? Do you think APC will still struggle to make 25%?
they may get 25%. No, like you said, Bam, 2 years from now is a very difficult, is a very long time. And like
No,
Victor
no.
said,
Let us look at now.
okay, if
Let
there
us
will
look
be
at
election
just
now,
now.
if there
Let
will
us
be
look at
election
what is
now,
happening now.
if there will be election now, definitely, if let us say if the ticket that you propose, Atiku Peter will be vice president, definitely APC will get 25%, but they are not going to win Abuja. That guarantee. They will not win Abuja, but surely they will get 25%.
APC not really they win Abuja like that now. Even 2019, I think APC
Yeah,
even lost Abuja. Abi?
yeah,
Under
yeah,
Buhari. Abi?
yeah.
Yes,
But that 25% they will
Uh-huh.
get.
2015 and 2019 both.
I said they will get it, no matter how they will get it. So and this thing that I'm
So,
saying,
wait, Malam, let me ask you a question.
let,
What
let, me-
changed?
let, me-
What
let me
changed
say
within
something.
2023 and now that they will get it?
There's one thing
Can you
that I
answer?
omitted in
What
my
changed?
life. Let me finish, please. There is one thing that I omitted in my last submission concerning Atiku Obi ticket. That why that ticket is very dangerous for Asuwaju is that ticket can guarantee Atiku 25% across board. If I say across board, constitutional requirement, two-thirds of 25% in two-thirds of the state. That ticket can guarantee him. Atiku Abubakar can have that ticket. I can have that 25% in two-thirds of the state. That constitutional requirement, he can guarantee him that. The only challenge that ticket will have is majority of vote. which is also possible with the analysis I did. And that how can he achieve that 25%? Atiku Obi, you can all agree with me that in the entire 19 northern states, he will get that 25%, and he will get it in Abuja, and that's making it 20. Not Southwest has 5 states. Guarantee he can get 5 of those states and 25%. So he has made that requirement, which if it were he is going solo or be going solo, you cannot guarantee it. Both of them, it will be difficult for them to have that. So that ticket can guarantee that. And also,
but he got it in 2019 too. Now he got 25% in more than 2/3 now. Have you forgotten?
No,
2019 election.
He didn't.
PDP.
Atiku
did not get 25%.
22 states. 22 states.
He didn't.
No, I'm talking of 2019. 2019, not 2023. 2019.
Yes, he got it. He got it in 2019.
He got it in
2019. No, I'm not saying 2023. I'm talking of 2019 that he got with PDP in 2019.
He got it in 2019, but he got it in 20. Even in Kano, he didn't got 25% now. He didn't got in Abuja. So if he didn't got in at least 2 states in the north, where will he get the remaining? So he didn't get it in 2023. You know, it's the constitutional requirement that you have to have first. If not, it will go for rerun. So that ticket will guarantee him that. And that's why I said it's the most dangerous ticket for Asuwaju to face. Understand?
No,
so
Malam, let me ask you a question. You see, that analysis of the Northwest that you made, you know, the reason why I was laughing was this. Now, the total votes, you see, we're analyzing ceteris paribus, say nothing changes. Now, that's 6.4.
Can
you hear me?
We can hear you.
I can hear you now. I can hear you.
Okay. So the total vote that came out of Northwest in 2023 was about 6.4 million. So Asiwaju got about 2.6 million out of it.
Yes.
I think we got about 2.3. Kwankwaso got the rest. I think P2B gets small. What you are saying is that if you are saying that Atiku will carry 1.6 million out of Asiwaju, what you are saying is that in 2027 in the Northwest, out of 6.4 million votes, Asiwaju will only get 900,000 votes. That means Asiwaju will get about just 15% of the votes in the Northwest. Do you think that is possible?
Mr. Daniel, is very, very possible. You know why I say it's possible? Now, out of that vote, remember, Konkoso. No, understand me. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Look at this. Out of that vote, Konkoso has 1.2. The question that you will ask yourself now, where does that 1.2 go? Is it going to...
No, we don't need to. Wait, Malam, you know that when I asked you then, you said, Kwankwaso, let us assume that Kwankwaso is like that Atiku will even get out of Kwankwaso own too. So let us assume that Kwankwaso own will just be like that. What you are saying is that if we separate Asiwaju's own, Atiku only will carry 1.6 million out of it. It will leave Asiwaju with just 900,000. So what you are saying is that out of 6.4 million votes,
Asiwaju got 2.6. So if he pick 1.6, it will be left with 1 million.
Okay, yes, 1 million. So what you are saying is that out of 6.4 million votes, Asiwaju will only get 1 million.
Yes,
that is not up to 20% of the vote.
Yes.
Do you think so? Do you think that is possible in Northwest now? If Asiwaju is an incumbent with all these people, we will surround Asiwaju for that Northwest.
That's more.
all the governors in Northwest are second timers. I'm going to
Yes,
second
now,
term.
no. That's what I'm saying. All the governor, everybody that has defected, all they were able to deliver is just less than 20%, about 19% of the vote in the Northwest. Do you think it is possible?
Mr. Daniel,
That means Ashiki will not get 25%.
you say why I believe so is because of those surrounds Aswaju. If he's going to work with those people in the Northwest, I swear to God, if he should even thank God he will get that vote. This Northwest, I'm not joking. Let me land, please. Let me land. Let me land.
Carrier,
Mr. Bamidele, allow him now, Mr. Bamidele, allow him.
You see, I'm telling you the fact. As it is now, I don't know how you can now see anybody even campaigning for Aswaju. They are all in Abuja telling lies to him. I'm telling you the fact.
Malam, but you have been saying this thing and that's not the reality. Why do you keep saying it?
So Governor
I don't
Obatani is lying
understand you.
again, Madam. So
Victor, I'm
Obatani is lying again.
like I
Nenadi
told
Usman,
you, I'm currently and like
Namadi
I
is
told
lying as well.
every week I used to go to Kaduna. So me, I'm telling you this, and I used to go to villages for my own businesses, and I used to hear what people are saying. And if Aswaju is saying, okay, let me finish this. Sorry,
Malam.
let me finish. Let me just this one point. If we are thinking that Aswaju is thinking that he will use money and give people on the election day to buy vote or do something to do logistics, what happened in 2015 will repeat itself. Jonathan did the same thing. Those who were giving those money, they just left in their home. They didn't bring it out. And this is the same kind of people I'm seeing.
What was the percentage of Jonathan? What was the percentage of Jonathan against Buhari in the Northwest in 2015 and 2011? Check for us.
I don't have the.
Exactly. Jonathan got all his votes.
I don't have the data.
Jonathan got all his votes.
Malam.
Why do you keep saying this thing? Is it that
Malam,
you can't
Victor, hold on now. Victor, Malam, what I want you to do, try and check this thing that I told you out. Check Jonathan 2011, 2015 in the Northwest. Check the percentage against the Buhari. You understand? You know that when you're making analysis, those are the things that you do. A Jonathan that was very unpopular against a Buhari that was, Buhari is like a god in that place. Check what Jonathan got.
Daniel, should I shock you? I think Tinubu, for me, is unpopular the way he's more unpopular than Jonathan in 2015 in the North.
No, wait, you are not getting something. Wait. Let us assume that he is that unpopular. Is Atiku as popular as a Buhari in Northwest?
Daniel,
that's how you do analysis.
People are leave Malam alone. Malam is like an obedient. He creates a scenario in his head and starts celebrating it. People are leave Malam alone, I beg.
If not, there are northerners that they don't like Atiku at all. Person like that, like me, and now I'm seeing an Atiku as an option. You should know that the way people.
Bro, you are not seeing Atiku as option. You are just want to join the people who want the North to take power back. Why can't you be honest?
Wait,
you call yourself
Victor, allow him. Victor, allow Malam. I beg.
Why didn't I vote Atiku in 2023? Why didn't I support him in 2023? Why didn't I vote him in 2023?
Because like your leader said, you are forced to say power must go back to the South. Right now, you have suffered for 2 years. You want to join the people who say power must come back to the North. Simple. Why can't you be honest and say that?
Okay, Mr. Biko, why didn't I
Atiku
vote
is the
for him?
only northern candidate in 2027. What does that tell you? I
Why
beg,
didn't
go
I
and sit down, Jare.
why didn't I vote for him in 2019 when I know Buhari have only one time and Atiku
Tell
have
me
only
why
two times?
Atiku is the only northern candidate in
Wait,
2027.
wait,
Can you
Victor,
explain that?
Victor. Oh, hold on. You see what I was trying. See, Malam, what I was trying to let you know with those questions I was asking is that when you are doing your scenario analysis, your scenario planning, and you come up with a figure, what you will do comparison. You will put it in certain context and say, how can this thing really make sense? You see, what you are saying, what Asiwaju will get, is like what Jonathan got against the Buhari. Can you put Atiku in the same box as a Buhari and Asiwaju as a Jonathan? It does not make sense. Because the reason why Jonathan performed like that was because it was a very popular Buhari. Atiku is nothing close to that in the north. Nothing close to that.
I agree with you, but Mr. Daniel, there is one thing you need to understand. Apart from personality, there are some other circumstances that will make somebody to make him popular, even his opponent. Because I don't like this person, so I can vote any person, no whether he's popular or not popular. I want you to take into that consideration. I totally agree that yes, Atiku does not have popularity of Buhari. Buhari has that charismatic and people just personally love him. But in terms of political decision, where I'm seeing it, I'm not saying this is exactly what is going to happen. I may be wrong, like I used to say, I may be wrong, but this is how I'm seeing it.
You are not just
And
wrong.
like I
You are
said,
even lying. You are not just wrong. You are lying.
okay, thank you very much.
Already, the fact
Because
that
you
no
are lying.
northerner wants to contest, hold on, Mr. Bamidele, the fact that no northerner but Atiku wants to contest in 2027 should tell you something. If you are really a politician that you claim you are, that means that emotionally and psychologically there is this
So
still the feeling that no, it is the north turn,
what does
it
that
is the
tell you?
south turn.
What does that tell you? What does that tell you? Why they
It
didn't do
tells me that
that?
every politician in the north recognizes that it's the turn of the south. So they don't want to put their heart in the ring.
Why are you now confusing
So
yourself? You
the
said
only man that is still, hold on now, the only man that is still there is the one that has been contesting every election since 1992. Now, some people might want
Wait,
to align
let
with
me
him
ask
to
Malam
snatch
another question.
power. You are one of those
Victor.
people. That's all you can
No,
say.
Victor.
At least nobody will beat you if you say that.
Victor, let me ask Malam another question. The sentiment that it can stay in the north is not a sentiment that is in just an absolute minority like that, especially in the core north. We have seen it. In the core north, Atiku actually won in 2023. The data is there. Even in Northwest, it was just now small. I should take pass them. So that means
Exactly. Even
in the
last
core,
election, they wanted to snatch it.
exactly. So that means if they could get away with it, they could have gotten away with it. But in 2027, the question I want to ask Malam is this: will Atiku's ambition, and if Atiku's become president, will it be a stumbling block to the ambitions of some people in that same Northwest or in the North generally? Yes or no?
Ambition, like for some people that wanted to be president in
No,
20.
the people that want to the people that want to contest in 2031 because they believe it is coming back to the North.
Even
Now, Atiku coming out in 2027.
if you say that,
Is that
even you said that now, even if you said that now, the Sun South is now, they will have that the same perception that okay, if we allow Tinubu to go, we even getting vice president now, it might never even happen in the life, in the entire life.
so that means they will vote in his favor. So that means they will vote in his favor. Abi?
That's what I'm saying.
Now, so that means they will vote in his favor now. What you are saying now, that if Tinubu loses, our chance for VP in 2031 it might be lost. So that means it is in their interest for Tinubu to continue now. So that means they will
No,
vote
no, no, no,
for
no,
him
no,
now.
no. Understand what I'm saying now. If Tinubu win, if they will have vice president, and they have they can project that in the next 8 years or 4 years they can be president. But if Tinubu win
Yes.
and the power is shifting to the left, there is possibility even the vice president they may not get it. And when they finish,
No, now, Malam.
no, what I'm
Okay, in the south, who do you think? Wait,
Akpabio
Malam,
is
in the
there now.
south.
Akpabio is there. The governor of Akwa Ibom, all this defection that is happening, what do you think is for?
And that's what that means you are buttressing my own point now.
Exactly.
That is in the interest of South that Tinubu continue.
Exactly. But you are now pegging it on personality. But this thing doesn't work on personality.
No, Malam. Wait. Understand something. It seems you don't get what I'm saying. In the South, I gave an example. It is in the interest of the South that Tinubu wins in 2027, because by 2031 it will come to them.
They may have
and they will be in a pole position. Yes. No. Now they go get them. It's not now they go even get them, because they are better position for it. It cannot come to Southwest again. And Southeast is not cooperating. So they know that it will come to them. At least this 2031, and they go get that VP. So it is in their interest that Tinubu should continue. Now, what if you go to the north, call north? The question I asked you is that when it goes back to the north in 2031, if Atiku contests in 2027 and wins in 2027, is he going to spoil that calculation of 2031 for some people? Yes or no?
You see, you have taken its personality. It's about the region. The region now have a president. So it's different whether other person is looking for it or anything. Just like in the south now that you are not talking now. It not different whether this one
No,
is
I am talking of
Danny boy, even when you give Malam opportunity to make sense, it will be deflecting. That look at
Danny, why are you always trying to be combating? We are talking about.
I am not combative. What you are doing, you cannot answer a question straight away. You don't need explanation now, unless you don't have the answer. It's a more or less yes or no question. You are not explaining. You don't need to give us explanation. Yes or no. What is all this explanation that you are giving us? You are just wasting
the scenario
time.
that are different now. This one we are talking of personality.
Allow
and this one is talking about how are they the same? They are not the same now. Definitely, if there is answer you wanted to yes or no, definitely some people who have ambition, they will not be happy about it. But the interest of the region is more than their own personal interest. That's what I'm trying to explain to him.
Is the region a human being? Is the region a human being? What accounts for interest of a region? Is it not the interest of the stakeholders and the politicians in that region?
It's like you people just like to the carry Malam, make it a trigger una, make it just the wine una anyhow.
No. I'm not triggered. You see, because Malam is talking as if the region is distinct from the politicians in that region, and we all know that this regional interest that we are talking about is the interest of your
Mr. Daniel, there is something you need to understand. Malam is a tunnel vision person. He only knows one region politics. He doesn't know any other region politics.
Because this thing where Malam they talk, I just they laugh since. Is it that a region is a human being?
Mr. Daniel,
the region is different from the politicians in the region.
Mr. Daniel, did you know as close as Northwest and Northeast are, they have a cold war that is brewing between them because of presidency? That they are claimed that the Northwest always, when they came, the Northeast always support them, and when their own came now, they don't normally support. Just the way you are saying Konkoso will work will try to sabotage Atiku because of his interest. But in the north here, consensus. But me personally, I loved the power to go to the northwest because it will not be in fear as if the northwest we have done with Shagari.
Northwest, I mean northeast, northeast,
Wait, now,
northeast.
wait. The northwest has done with Shagari, Eradua, and Buhari. So Konkoso, El-Rufai, I don't think they can. For me, I don't think they will never be president of this country because of if even the power has shifted north. I don't think if they are conscious enough, they should even contest. It's supposed to be people
But Atiku, no,
no
but Atiku
central.
waits now. But Atiku can contest. But Atiku can contest when is the turn of the South. Do you think politicians are honorable like that? Atiku will won't contest now when
Even
they go South.
contested
You
against
gonna tell me say
Buhari,
one person will be
Daniel.
contest when the thing come north.
Atiku even contest against Buhari when he
Yes,
saw for
yes, he
Northwest.
Exactly.
contested with Buhari,
Exactly.
but yes, he has right to contest against Buhari. Like I said, Eradua did, Buhari did. At least, if it is coming to the north again, at least northwest and northeast should have a say also. And don't forget also the north central, even the vice president in the democracy, they never have it. They only have Senate president with Saraki and David Mark.
Okay. Now,
So
okay,
there is
Malam.
that within the north,
Based on this your
there
analysis.
is that cold war. So and a lot of people, even in the northwest, we believe that no, we should not break that alliance. You understand? They have been supporting us. At least it is their time now. We should, and I think it works out in 2023 election. You can see Atiku was able to plug some of the APC states. You understand? So it's going
Yeah.
gradually.
Okay,
It's
Malam.
not automatic.
Now, Malam, this thing that you said now. Now, this thing that you said now. This calculation. Are there some people in the north positioned for 2031? Yes or no?
Of course,
This is your calculation.
but politicians
Thank you.
always
So,
projected either it work for them, either it not work for them. They always have ambition.
yeah,
Malam,
wait now. Oh, yeah,
when
wait
will
now.
it be
Oh, yeah,
the
wait.
turn of the
Oh, yeah,
people
wait,
in
wait.
North Central?
Wait,
When will it be their
wait.
turn?
Simflo. Simflo, I beg. Hold on. Now, my question to you is this, Malam. If there are people that are better favored in 2031, and Atiku is coming 2027, will they work against Atiku, yes or no?
Yes, they will work,
Because if
but
Atiku
how?
wins it,
Yes, I agree, they will work, but how effective can that work be? That's what you want to.
no, you see, wait, you see, the effectiveness of work is not that Asiwaju will win or lose. That's not what I'm saying. But as long as you know that there are some people that will still work against him, I am bringing, you see, what I'm bringing out is that less than 20% votes that you said Asiwaju will get. I'm trying to bring out interests for you that we make that less than 20% vote that you are projecting very, very unreasonable, that it cannot happen. Because when you look at all the interest, you will see that it is impossible for him to get that low, less than 20% in the Northwest. It's not possible because Atiku coming will also is against the interest of some people. And those people will also ensure that Asiwaju continues so that 2031 they can come.
Okay, you said less than 20%. Okay, if you calculate that it will be less than 20%, that 1 million will be less than 20%. If Konkoso is not taken, you need to incorporate the vote of Konkoso also. He might
wait.
Wait now. If Konkoso is not contesting, if Konkoso is not contesting, definitely his votes, definitely some will go to him. And like I said, Zainab said he might get 30% of the vote. Like I said, with governors, I said the least he can get, with APC governors is 25%. So I don't know how you are getting that less than 20%.
The bottom
No,
line is
let me tell you what he
head
did.
or tail. We have more
Let me
than
tell you what he did now.
25%,
Wait,
even in the northwest. That's the
thank
bottom
you.
line.
Even me, I said it
Ehen.
now. Even me,
You see,
I said with APC
no,
governors.
no, no, no,
I
no,
said
Malam,
APC
wait, wait.
governors. He has 5 states
Malam,
there. The
Malam,
least,
you
the least
said
he
that
can get.
that
I
it is
said it
possible.
before.
When Mr.
I don't
Daniel
know if
asked
you
you,
want
are
to
you
watch me,
saying
but
less
I
than
believe I said this.
20%? You said it's very possible that it's even possible for him to even get
Thank
much
you.
less.
That's what you said here
You
now.
said that
But
now
Daniel,
when they now gave
don't,
Jonathan, you said Tinubu is even more unpopular than
Please
Jonathan.
wait.
That less
Let's
Please
than
move
wait.
20%
on. He has agreed to
is
Thank
that
even
you.
one.
possible.
He
Uh-uh.
has agreed to that one.
Please
Let's
wait.
move on.
Please, additional wait. Please, Daniel, did I not say APC governors? No matter how, APC Ashwaju cannot get at least 25% before I started this conversation. Didn't I say that, or did not I say so before?
No, Malam, you know that when he said it, I now told you, let us look at the numbers. Let us forget percentage. I now asked you, how many votes did Asiwaju get? You said 2.6. How many will Atiku collect? You said 1.6 out of it. That's what you said. Now, if Atiku collect 1.6 and we said everything equal, let us assume Kwankwaso stays stable. That means Asiwaju will be led with 1 million out of 6.4 million votes. That was the thing I told you now. And I told you that if you say 1 million over 6.4 million votes, that means Asiwaju will get less than 20%. And you said, yes, that is possible.
Okay, in the whole region, if Konkoso is contesting,
No, you see, Malam, our analysis was that let us assume Kwankwaso contest and Kwankwaso stay stable. In fact, you said Atiku will even still go and collect some of Kwankwaso to join his own self. But we assume that let us look at Asiwaju and Atiku. Kwankwaso stays with his votes. That's what we said. You now said out of that 2.6 million votes, I said, how many do you think Atiku will collect? You said he will collect at least 1.6 million out of it.
of course.
So
But
if he
do you
collects 1.6
remember?
million out
Did
of
you
it,
know that
that means that 1
out
million
of
will
that
remain.
vote also,
You
Peter
said?
Obi? Out of that vote also, do you know that out of that vote, Peter Obi also have vote that Tinubu can still pinch, particularly from that southern Kaduna?
You see, wait. That's one. You see, what you are saying now is what I was saying then that I do not agree with. What you said, you see, we are moving forward. It's like you don't understand what we are saying here. In 2023, 6.4 million. Asiwaju got 2.6 million. So I now told you out of that 2.6 million. So that means we are assuming that Asiwaju still stays with his 2.6 million, Kwankwaso stays, everybody stays. You now said Atiku can collect 1.6 million out of it to join his own. So that means no matter what Asiwaju does, Asiwaju will still stay with just 1 million.
No,
That's what it means now.
no. I've been specific.
You see,
Wait.
you are just seeing the. You see, don't worry, you have already seen the implication of your analysis. So no
Maybe you are
problem, you
not
can
getting me,
continue.
Mr. Daniel. I've been specific. I say out of the people that vote Aswaju in 2023 election, 50% of them, the least 50% of them can go back to Atiku can pick them. And I say based on my own personal distinct. And we now bring the data. We now said what the Aswaju get. We now say, is it 2.6 or something or thereabout? You now said, you are now saying he can lose 1.3. I say no, even more. If based on what I have analyzed based on my own
Okay,
personal survey,
so what figure did you mention? So what figure did you mention that Atiku was going to get from that 2.6?
1.6 from the people
Exactly.
that
So he gets
exclusively,
to.
you can understand my point, from the people exclusively voted as Aswaju in 2027. If the same people will still make that vote now, that will happen.
That's the basis of the analysis now.
Exactly.
You now said he's going to carry 1.6 out of it.
So, but I don't think it will be fair to me if you will now take the whole of the vote, because the vote of Peter Obi, the vote of what is it called, Konkoso, we are not inclusive on the people that voted Asuwaju at that time. So you can now
You see,
no, you
Malam, you see, don't bother yourself. You see, Malam, don't bother yourself. You see, what is happening here is that you are also already seeing the reality that what you are saying is not possible. As in, what you are doing now, you have seen it, that this thing that you are even saying is not possible. Because I asked you then, I said, did you know what Jonathan got? You said it is possible that Ashwaji will even get less than 20%. That's what you said. And we asked you again. You said yes, that in fact Ashwaji is even very unpopular, even more unpopular than Jonathan. Addition of Papa V. Nobody went talk for here. People were trying to tell you that this thing is not possible, but it seems you have also now realized that your analysis is not possible. That Ashwaju in the northwest, it will get below to 20%.
Mr.
How?
Daniel, we have caught him. He has accepted. Let's move on.
Oga, it's not about you caught me. It's analysis. And even if I said I didn't agree, if it is happening, can you deny it? It's very possible. There is nothing that is not possible. But I'm just trying to explain to you how did Peter Obi got almost 90% of the vote that he got is in his region. With even governor, did the Jonathan got 25% in Bauchi and other northern states in 2015? With everything that they has. So this thing that I'm saying is not that it's not going to be possible. But what I'm trying to tell you is, based on my analysis, this is what I'm saying. You understand? So, and if you are not understanding what I'm saying, I said based on Asuwaju's peoples that voted for him. I'm not talking about Konkoso's vote and Peter's Obi's vote, which I believe Asuwaju can pitch some Peter's Obi's vote. Konkoso also, he can pick from that. Atiku can pick also from that. So
okay. Malam, let me ask you, who do you think is going to win Kaduna in 2027? Who do you think will win Kaduna?
Peter, if Atiku and Peter will be on the ballot.
Atiku, Peter Obi against Ashwaji.
Definitely, it should be Atiku now. Let me tell you one thing in Kaduna.
So, what percentage of the vote? What percentage of the vote do you think Ashwaji will get in Kaduna?
That will be very difficult for me.
Or let me ask you: will Ashwaji do better than he did in 2023, or he will do worse than he did in 2023?
Definitely, he will do worse. You know why? Kaduna has three zones, senatorial zone. Asuwaju did very well in north, and even though he came second in the north and the central, while Peter Obi did very well in the southern Kaduna. So now, if Asuwaju could not do very well in the north, in the central and the north, which will definitely happen, probably.
Why do you think it will happen?
Because of the sentiment that is going on now. That's what I'm saying.
What sentiment?
Mr. Daniel,
What sentiment?
can I just tip something in this Kaduna thing? Malam, I think you're just coming here you don't know what is going on in Kaduna politics.
What is the vote of the
relax now. You've been talking, allow another person to talk.
The only thing that you can have.
You've been talking, allow somebody else to talk. That's the problem I have with you. You never allow people to talk.
Central Kaduna, and what is the total vote?
Relax now, let another person talk. Maybe only you get this space now. Let me tell you something. Southern Kaduna only has a protest vote for Peter Obi. And in the history of politics, what Southern Kaduna is enjoying now, they've never enjoyed it.
What is the vote that they give Peter
Wait,
Obi? That's what you ask yourself. What is the vote? Is it the
Peter,
vote of
Peter Obi,
Okay,
Peter,
okay,
wait,
okay. Wait,
Peter
wait,
Obi got
wait.
200 and something
Ellie,
votes from.
Ellie, hold on. Wait. Ellie, hold on. Let us ask Malam. What vote did Peter Obi get in 2023 in Kaduna? Can you give us the figure? Just check. Just check for us.
Don't understand you
I know
people.
the
You are
figure.
arguing with somebody that is already biased
No,
and
we are
believes
not
like
arguing.
Mala that
Victor, we are not arguing.
91%
Victor, don't bother
approval
yourself.
rating or disapproval rating is what Ashwaju has. You are wasting your time.
Victor, don't bother yourself now. Shebi he said one now. By the time we broke it down, he recollected himself. Now, Kaduna, what was the number of vote Peter Obi got? I know it's about 270 something or so. Yeah. But I just want you to check it by yourself so that we are very sure. So check
But Mala, if you
vote of
want
Peter
to
Obi.
bet, I want to bet you that Ashwaju will get more than 400,000 votes in that your Kaduna this time around. I want to bet.
What Labour Party got? What this thing that we are talking about? Because people don't know that Peter Obi performed very well in Kaduna. Now, small APC take pass am. People don't know that as if Just check. Just let us when you bring out the numbers, you will see what happened in Kaduna and calculate the percentage that
He did
APC
well.
got in Kaduna.
He's still in the ticket with Atiku Abubakar now. So are you now saying those votes
Now,
that he got in
wait
Southern
now,
Kaduna,
wait.
you will not get some
Wait.
of it with Atiku tickets?
Wait. You said he did well, Abi. He did well.
He did well in the Southern Kaduna. That's what I'm telling you. He did very well
Very
in the
good.
Southern Kaduna.
Why did he do well? Why did he do well in Southern Kaduna?
And because of religious sentiments now.
Now, when Atiku becomes the presidential ticket bearer of PDP as a Muslim and El-Rufai is on his side, what do you think will happen in Southern Kaduna?
I think the vote will be divided. Some will vote for him because some will go still against Muslim ticket. No matter. Did you know in 2019 when Atiku was contesting with Peter Obi, the same Southern Kaduna voted Atiku against Buhari? So it is not the first time that the Southern Kaduna is voting.
This is different. Wait. You are looking at you are getting something wrong, Malam. When you are analyzing, if you analyze Atiku, Buhari, with an Atiku and a Buhari, and Atiku is a moderate against a Buhari, that's what you know. Southern Kaduna people are always going towards the moderates. Because if you carry that Atiku, if you put them next to Buhari, Atiku appears like a moderate. If you carry Atiku, Peter Obi, with El-Rufai in that party, against a Muslim ticket that has been good to Southern Kaduna, what do you think will happen? Will Asiwaju appear like the one extreme, or will Atiku appear like the one extreme? Where do you think the sentiment will go?
You are just putting El-Rufai there. Why are you not saying with a Muslim ticket?
El-Rufai is there now because El-Rufai is there now. Is El-Rufai not in the?
I agree. El-Rufai is there.
So that Muslim ticket.
Okay.
Wait now. That Muslim ticket.
Yeah? You said what?
Wait. That Muslim. Wait now. Wait. That Muslim ticket that has made a son of Southern Kaduna the CDS, that has shown that I don't have any problem with you. You now carry an Atiku, another Muslim. El-Rufai is in that same party. Where do you think the vote will tilt to?
Like I told you, the vote will still be divided. Definitely, he will have some. The Tinubu will have sympathy vote, definitely, but not all that vote that Peter Obi got. it will be transferred to him back. It is not going to be possible.
Nobody said everything will be transferred. It is not possible for everything
So
to be
what are you?
transferred. I am saying where
they
will
will
it
divide the
tilt
vote.
to?
I said the vote will be reduced.
So, okay, so they will divide it equally.
I didn't say
50-50.
equally. I don't know the percentage for now. I can't say because
Okay,
I
who will
don't
get
know
more
what
votes?
happened.
Okay, who will get more votes based on the sentiment? Who do you think will get more votes from Southern Kaduna based on the sentiment?
To be honest, I can't see. To be honest, but I
You
know
see,
definitely.
when it comes, you see, everybody listen to Malam. When it comes to Asiwaju, he cannot say, but Atiku he can say. Malam, continue. I don't catch you. Continue enjoying yourself.
No, Mr. Daniel, I'm not sitting in Southern Kaduna, even though I'm from Kaduna State. So I will not know their own sentiments based on what is really happening with that. Is all these things that you are saying in Southern Kaduna are happy, are this. You cannot really verify whether this thing that you are saying really mean well for that Southern Kaduna, unless if you are with them. So, but within the northern region and the south and the central region, which I stay in, which I interact with the people, I used to hear what people are saying, so I can make that comment concerning that, and that's why I say sincerely, I cannot really say, but all I know, it will have effect, but to what extent I cannot say, I cannot predict that.
Okay, who won North? Who won North in 2023? Who won Central? Who won North? Who won Central?
I think it's Atiku.
Exactly.
But
you see,
but
in 2023, Atiku beat
the margin. What is it called?
The margin plenty.
Understand the margin. Okay, but who comes second in the whole Kaduna? Despite that.
Wait, you see. Wait, you see.
Thank you very much.
It was APC that came second.
You used to say this. Tinubu comes second in some states. That's why he won the election.
Yes. Let me explain it to you. Malam, let me explain something.
Let me finish in Kaduna. We are talking about Kaduna. He comes second.
Yes.
In the
by what margin? By what margin? By what margin?
I can't really the margin. I don't think is much.
The margin was very big.
Okay,
that's what you don't know. Go and check the margin. The margin was big.
Okay, let's go there. He comes second in the central also, and he also comes second in the southern Kaduna. Peter Obi won the southern Kaduna. Look at it.
Yes.
Tinubu did not win any of the senatorial region. Peter Obi won one.
Very good.
But look at it. He now comes second. Peter Obi that even won one of the region come third. So now,
yes, wait
now. The two region nouns that gave him that vote that he comes second, he has issue with it. Even the southern Kaduna now that you are talking that he's doing well, the person that won that thing is also in the ticket of his opposition. You understand? So how
many people have defected? How many people have defected from other parties to APC in Kaduna today? How many? Oh yeah, tell us. How many don't defect?
How many people that defected from other party to APC? There are plenty now.
Yes, no. I'm talking of legislators, House of Rep and Senate.
In Kaduna?
Yes.
For Senate, I don't think there is any. Because
House of Rep.
House of Rep, I think one from.
I know that one Labour Party person has defected to APC in Kaduna.
Even one PDP from Igabi, I think. Something Jalo or something. I think there is one. Yeah.
But that Labour Party person is the person from Southern Kaduna.
The Labour Party.
That person that defected from Labour Party is the person from Southern Kaduna.
I can't remember. It must be from Southern Kaduna because I think they have two Labour
Party. Okada rider is from Southern Kaduna. The popular Okada rider.
Exactly.
They have two.
So, you see, Malam, when you see all these things, it should tell you something. There's a reason why I told you should go and check the numbers, Malam.
You see,
Peter Obi's vote is closer to APC than APC is closer to PDP. PDP got their highest vote in the country from Kaduna. PDP got their highest vote from Kaduna. They beat APC ceiling in that state. The margin was very big. Go and check. The margin no be small margin. The margin no be small margin. The margin is about 40%.
Kaduna, I will always tell people don't know this. Kaduna State has been governed for 16 years with under PDP. Even when Buhari is there, it is very difficult to win. Even Goodluck Jonathan that we contested election with Buhari. Look at the margin. Buhari, all of them got almost 1 million vote, even though it was somehow rigged from Southern Kaduna and all that thing. So that Kaduna is not a land.
What happened in 2015?
It's always difficult for APC. So it
wait. Did Buhari win? Did Buhari win Kaduna in 2015?
Of course he win, but what I'm telling you is not that Buhari the way he used to win Kanu or he used to win.
Yes, no, of course we know that one.
With that very good margin.
Yes.
He always have Kaduna always give them that big challenge because of Southern Kaduna issue. You understand?
No, but Malam, but you know that this time in 2023, that is the poorest APC has performed in about 12 years. No, when you compare Buhari's 2015, 2019, and 2023, that is the worst APC performance in that state.
By number, you will say that. But for me,
by margin now.
No, that's
by
what
margin.
I'm saying. By margin, if you are looking at it by margin, but if you are looking at it a real loss by margin and all that thing. Look at Katsina. The state we are winning by gap of almost 700, 800. We lost it. So I think
but you lost Katsina marginally now. You lost Katsina marginally. You can't compare it to Kaduna.
Marginally. The state that we used to give 700 gap, we are now getting minus. Now Kaduna,
that's what we are saying now. But the thing is that
understand what I'm saying, Daniel. Understand what I'm trying to say. Katsina, we used to get like 700 plus, and we are now having minus maybe 50,000. Kaduna, we used to have plus 200. We are now having minus of 300. So
if you do the Malam, don't compare. Malam, don't do this now. Don't compare real numbers. Real numbers dropped across board because of beavers. Don't do that. That's why we are looking at percentages and margins. That will give you what happened. Don't compare real numbers because real numbers dropped everywhere. Even Lagos, it dropped everywhere. That's normal.
Even the margin dropped very, very wide.
That's what we are saying now.
That's what I'm saying.
The margin in Kaduna was very bad.
What of Katsina? It is also bad. If you are comparing
it was narrow. Katsina was narrow. Katsina was less than 5%.
I agree it is narrow, but compare it with the last margin that we are having. That's what I'm trying to tell you. If you compare... I don't know how to say this for you. I don't know.
Okay. Wait. I understand
what
you're saying.
You can't be comparing Buhari on the ballot now. It was Buhari on the ballot.
Thank
you. Can't be comparing.
That's what I'm telling you now. Buhari was on the ballot. If you look at
Asiwaju in Kaduna that Buhari is not on the ballot.
Wait.
Okay. Compare
let me explain what you are saying.
Ogun State and for PDP to Tinubu. Compare. What was the result?
You see, Malam, what we are telling you is that we are looking at 2023 to what might happen in 2027, Southern Kaduna effect and everything. In Kaduna, PDP got their highest number of votes from there in the whole country. APC, the margin was very wide. So in 2027, even if APC does not win, what we are asking you is that, do you think that margin will be closer or that margin will be wider?
What is the margin in Kaduna that we are calling is better?
I think it was over 200,000. Over 200,000.
No, in percentage.
Yes, now about 40%.
In percentage.
About 40%.
Eh?
About 40%. Or at least 40%. Over 40%.
What did the APC got?
APC got about 300 and something.
What is the percentage?
PDP got 500 and
What is
something.
the percentage of APC vote there?
About 30 something percent now.
So the margin is 10% gap. Yeah, it's very big. I agree. So now, what do you think that? What percentage do you think that in the Southern Kaduna APC Aswaju would get in 2027 election? Because
Now, see, that's what we are telling you
I
now.
say I cannot say. You, what do you?
So the question is this: we are not even saying Asiwaju will win Kaduna.
No, I know.
But what we are saying is that
you asked me the same question.
exactly.
What percentage that
So do you think
Southern Kaduna? Will he win it by 50%,
do you think,
or he will close the gap by 40%? What do you think will happen?
Now, in Southern Kaduna, Asiwaju will win Southern Kaduna that he lost to Labour Party.
By what margin? 60, 50, 55% or what?
No, if you are coming from a loss minus to a win, that is a big leap now. Because he lost it. He's now coming to win it.
Okay.
You are not what I'm saying. You lost a place. You now win a place. That means you are coming from minus. You are coming from minus to plus.
But Mr. Daniel, in our election, the winning doesn't mean anything. Sometimes it's the number that matters, because our laws say majority vote. And maybe
no, that's what we are saying now. Malam, you are not getting it. If Asiwaju wins Southern Kaduna, that win from a place that he lost before will add to the total basket of votes he will get in Kaduna as a whole. That's what I've been trying to tell you.
By what percentage?
So what will that now do to his final margin?
By what percentage? That's what I'm
saying. Wait. Malam, the question I asked you from the beginning is this. Asiwaju lost Southern Kaduna to PDP, maybe like I think about at least 40%. In 2027, do you think Asiwaju will lose with a bigger gap or a smaller gap? I'm not even saying he's going to win.
No.
What do you think will happen in Southern Kaduna?
Definitely, he will improve in Southern Kaduna, even if it is marginal.
No, not Southern Kaduna. A Kaduna as a whole. Let us look at Kaduna as a whole.
No, he will not. He will not.
So you are saying Asiwaju will lose more by a bigger margin in 2027.
Thank you very much.
Than 2023.
Why I'm saying this, the vote the vote of Kaduna, the highest votes come from the central zone, followed by the northern zone. The least that has the vote is Southern Kaduna. So if these two zones, Tinubu will lose more votes in these two zones that I'm predicting. So whatever he will get in Southern Kaduna cannot cover it. Cannot cover what he will lose in those two zones.
Mr. Dan.
So that's why I'm saying.
Okay, let Eli go. Let Eli go.
Malam, do you also factor in those people that made Atiku Abubakar to win the election in 2023 into this your calculation? Because 80% of them has now moved to APC again. Plus Southern Kaduna too. So tell me.
Before Buhari to win 2025 election, all of the people that he has been working in what is it called? CPC. People like Bubakar, like Dima and all that, and they are opposing him now. So, and he still wins. So, once this change, so people
Buhari is not Atiku. Buhari is not Atiku. What are you saying?
Don't be using Buhari. Buhari is another factor. Don't be using Buhari.
Aregbesola that is with Asiwaju before. Now that he has changed camp now, what can you say about it?
What did he do when he was with Asiwaju?
What did he do when he was with Asiwaju? El-Rufai that was with Asiwaju before. Some of the Buhari's ministers that were with Buhari with Tinubu's before, they now change camp. What can you say about that? So
what did they do? You see, what did they do? Malam, the way you look at it is this. What did they do when they were with Asiwaju? What did Aregbe deliver when he was with Asiwaju?
It's
That's how
subjective.
you analyze it.
It's subjective. It depends on how
What
you
is
look at it.
subjective?
Yes.
Asiwaju lost the state. Asiwaju lost everything.
No.
What do they
How
talk?
you look at it. Aswaju may tell you he has contributed a lot. What you are looking at it, he has not done anything. Just the way people are now saying El-Rufai has not done anything for Aswaju in Kaduna.
Wait,
Whatever he has done.
wait. Malam, wait. I always tell you something. When you do your analysis, do it complete. Your problem is that you're always doing it halfway. In Osun State now, the person that defeated Aregbe is likely going to work for Asiwaju. So what do you think will happen? When Aregbe was with Asiwaju, Asiwaju lost. The person that defeated Aregbe is now with Asiwaju. So do your analysis complete. So do you think Asiwaju will do better in a place like Osun or do worse if Aregbe leaves it? What do you think will happen there? When the governor is already dancing with Asiwaju? Do you think Asiwaju will now lose Osun State again? In Kaduna, as El-Rufai left, there's an Uba Sani that is also there, that is the sitting governor. So you must also calculate the effect that the plus will bring on board. The mistake you always do is that you just look at the minus. You don't know that there's somebody also filling that gap. That's how you do a complete analysis. Not just say, oh, El-Rufai has left. Who is now inside? Can that person do anything? Can that person do better than El-Rufai? Aregbe has left. Adeleke is inside. Can Adeleke do better than Aregbe? Yes, because when Aregbe was with Asiwaju, Adeleke beat him. Collected governor, collected senator, collected everything. So it's like saying Amechi in reverse. Amechi, when he was with Asiwaju,
But
when he was
supported Adeleke in the governorship election. He didn't support Tinubu at that time.
Who?
Baba Kabiru now, he supported Adeleke in that governorship election. Yes.
No, I'm talking of the presidential. Who did Baba Kabiru work for?
I think he was neutral then because of what happened with him.
Exactly. Okay, so let us assume that it was neutral. So why do you now think the removal of somebody that is neutral will now have an impact on Asiwaju? That means you're even making my own point, because that means he did not really do anything. So if you now remove that kind of a person, you now bring the person that won closer to your side. Who do you think will now win? The thing that most people are failing to see is that most of the people that are moving were, apart from El-Rufai, were either neutral or they were working against him. So if those kind of people move, those people will not do so much damage, because it was not as if when they were there, they were really backing him. Okay, make other people talk. Everybody is here.
I won't correct that one first before you made that correction. Aregbe never worked for Asiwaju in the last election. That was why he came up. So he was never with him, because before then they were already having issues. So let's correct that, right? That is one. Then two, whether even this man is even coming to work with us, because I know it's about what he wants. And if he got what he wants, there's no guarantee that, okay, he's still going to work for Asiwaju. That's the way I see it. Right? But I just want to kind of also touch on something that we hear from a certain set of people, which Malam is also inclusive.
Agent Kerry,
Yes.
sorry.
Yes.
I don't know if that he has spoke or probably has not. I've been seeing him on the space for like
Oh, now
maybe
because I don't see anybody they raise hand now. Why they even they talk? I don't see anybody
uh
they raise hand.
I don't, please are you there, Dayo?
I'm enjoying your discussion.
I can't hear him and his mic is on mute
Oh,
already.
he's talking. He said he's enjoying the discussion.
He's paying.
Yeah,
But it's very few.
I said I'm enjoying your discussion. When I have something to say, I will signify again, or I will just let you know. Okay.
Okay.
I'm following the analysis very keenly, and I'm learning a lot. and most of the things that I've been thinking about aligns with the argument on both sides. So I'm taking my notes. So when I have something to add, I will also let you know. So you guys should continue. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Before I drop the mic for Agent Kerry, let's try and let me mute. Okay, let's follow each other, follow the community, the host, the co-hosts. We are trying to like build a community before 2027, and it is important we have these numbers go up with time. Like, so we need to have this consistent engagement when it comes to politics and governance, and it's very important we follow many people as much as we can. The people on the in the speaker section, the listener sections, and possibly even the comment section as well. So, AJ Kerry, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So, when a very few selected set of people come, I mean, which Malam is also inclusive, inclusive of Malam. So, when they come and say, oh, the atmosphere in this place, this is that, I mean, I don't know if there is any other uh, independent person in that place that they are referring to that can also confirm the atmosphere. Because when I hear this kind of thing, maybe it's my bias working, right? I ask my questions, okay? Because this same thing started me probably 6 months into the current president's administration, and in my head, I've been like, okay, what made that atmosphere change badly that so fast within that short period of time up till now? Hey, or is just a voice of, is it an echo or is just a voice of few people that are making themselves the representative of a certain set of people, which is the north in this case? Or they're like, okay, don't let me, maybe the northwest, because I think the noise seems to come a lot from the noise northwest. I mean, is that the situation here? Is that the reality? Because when they say, oh, have you been, who is going to go out to campaign for people? I mean, it's funny because, oh, you think, oh, your own side, some people cannot go and campaign for some people, but other sides, some other people are free to campaign for people, for other people. I mean, so for me, when I hear those kind of things, it creates a kind of a bias that, I mean, that shouldn't be happening in the 20th century. But I have to agree that okay, well, we just started gathering momentum in our politics in the 20th century. Maybe that is why we still kind of hear these kind of things, right? And and for me, except I'm not there, but I'm just going to say, okay, these are just few disgruntled people that are trying to. That's my own assessment. Except I see alternative to what I believe, or I probably see an independent mindset that is coming up with this same mindset. Or again, by extension, if they are saying, "Oh, our people cannot think. Whatever we do is what they will do. They cannot think for themselves. If I'm angry, they're angry. If I'm happy, they're happy." Except that's what they're saying. But when they are saying, "Oh, it's the atmosphere," oh, because some people, because this whole atmosphere started about 6 months into this administration. That's the way I've seen it, and they've been saying it. So let's not make ourselves too important, such that we now assume, okay. For example, it's like me now talking and saying I'm talking for even my own local government in Ibadan, or my local government in where I grew, where I was born and I was raised in Lagos. Even despite my popularity and my dad's popularity in that place, they will now say, okay, I was speaking for people there. Who I be? So I mean, it's, and again, let me even blow it. I mean, let me look for a popular politician. No, I mean, maybe for my own place in Ibadan. And now mention is now so because he's speaking for everybody in that local government, or he's speaking for everybody in that constituency. It's, I mean, when I hear some of these things, it's, I mean, it's kind of funny, but I mean, but when you say, oh, when they now make it like, oh, this person, oh, it's because he's angry or because, oh, this is making it like, oh, it's not about me. The person now, when he's talking, say it's not about me, it's about the people. Well, it's clear that you have your own issue. And that's even the fallout, where the fallout came from in the first place. And that's why some of these things, I just feel like, okay, it's like I mean, when some people come on social media and say it, apart from the, I see El-Rufai, who is just, I see him as another noisemaker and all like that until he proves otherwise. That's the way I mean. That's my own personal opinion. So when I mean when apart from people like him, when people come on social media and say, oh, and say these kind of things, I just like, okay, do you mean these people are not taking for themselves, or do you mean it's just you have a way of doing it such that it's what you want that's going to happen? But when people now flip it and say, oh, but if you are saying this person is going this way, what about this person that is with this person? They now want to make light of that person. That, oh, the person cannot even go out and campaign for social person. Why is that? I mean, it shouldn't be happening. Or
They are cooking. That is what it's called,
so that's why
cooking.
sometimes when they say some of these things, like that, I mean, it's like I feel like they are gaslighting because some things are just logic. If they are saying, oh, if you are saying something like the case of 2031, now we're talking about South South. What's the interest? The interest seems to favor the current administration. I mean, that's just a projection. That's analysis we are making. It doesn't mean that's going to be the reality, right? But so so when we speak, I mean, maybe it's, I mean, I also have my bias, but I try to check against my biases and all those things like that. I mean, then I try to moderate it, even though my bias is going to show. But when very few people don't do this kind of things, I mean, it's for me, it's funny. And again, I mean, different. Whatever happens in 2027, I'm going to support the current president because whatever it was put in the manifesto, I saw it. I was not following the mob. I saw the manifesto and I see that it's been following everything he put in the manifesto. Then, because I believed in those manifesto liberating the country on the long term, that's why I'm supporting it. I knew it was going to be rough. That I knew for a fact. So if people are saying, "Oh, what he's doing is what is making them angry," but you saw what he said he was going to do, and you all supported it. But all of a sudden now, some people start crying foul. Now it's all about Atiku. But I mean, let's flash back. The last election. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to say this, but I'm still going to. This is my own personal opinion. If you are saying they are saying, "Oh, he said that before I didn't do enough." For me, he didn't do enough. I mean, maybe you can say, "Oh, the president also lost Lagos." Yes, I said it then. Okay, because of course the person who wasn't in Lagos, I mean, maybe he was even in Lagos when it happened, right? But people were supposed to do the work for him. I said, oh, some people did not work for him. I said it clearly. That's why what happened in Lagos happened. So I'm not going to say, oh, they did the work. They did not. People were only after their own in that Lagos. That was why what happened. The same way I'm going to say for Kaduna too. And we also saw the results in the north. I mean, it was short of my own expectation. To be honest, I mean, I'm not going to force people to do anything, but short of my own expectation. So, I mean, if as people are now saying it's even going to get worse now, I mean, it's okay if it get worse. So, just for me, at the end of the day, is just hypocrisy I see in a lot of these things. And there's nothing anybody just want to come and say here that is going to even make. I mean, because I have not seen many of these noisemakers make sense. Then so that's why I feel it's still hypocrisy, except maybe in the face of superior evidence, they are going to say, okay, these people know what they are talking about. I mean, it's not okay. Maybe it's logical. It's not hypocrisy anymore. I understand. Now, people might say, well, politics is all about interest and hypocrisy. Yes. But where the hypocrisy comes in is the part that, okay, it's something else, or you are coming to tell the people it's something else. So this is just my own submission. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Agent Kerry. Okay, let's hear from Mr. Suleiman. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks so much, host. And I actually purposely came up because of what Agent Gary, was saying, and I wanted to paint like a two-side uh, kind of analysis. And I understand when people like Malam that want the government in power to lose when they try to amplify some of these things. I will take a personal example. Like for example, my sister in Ondo State, she definitely is feeling that just like the average Nigerian, feeling that things are really really hard now. Uh, if you probably meet her on the road and ask her a question about the government, about what she thinks about what is happening, she'll probably going to express a lot of anger because some things has gone up based on some policies that some of us believe that are important. But it's not everybody that is going to understand manifesto. It's not everybody that is going to read it. People vote for many different subjective reasons. However, when it comes to election, how will my sister vote in 2027 when she goes to vote? I can tell you categorically she's most definitely going to vote Ashewaju. Because what drives people's choice is not naturally just because they are angry. And that is what I look at when opposition figures just mention the anger, the anger. It's not just that people are angry. A lot of subjective narrative, a lot of influences eventually uh, result in what happens and what doesn't happen, eventually on election day. So yes, people are angry. If we want to say that people are not angry, we are definitely going to just be economical with the truth. But anger alone, I believe, personally, that's my belief, that anger alone will not make Ashiwaju lose the election. Because eventually what people will choose, just like, for example, when we talk about Lagos, I interacted with a lot of people in Lagos that voted for Peter Obi purposely because of the church agenda. It was a lot. It was difficult to convince those people not to vote against Ashiwaju. I think many people they underrate the influence of the religion agenda in the Lagos election. It was unbelievable. It was just difficult that he couldn't penetrate the overall southwestern state. It would have been worse for Ashiwaju in that election in the southwest if that message had not been like more majorly restricted to Lagos, because the other southwestern states are still more very core Yoruba message focused than Lagos. And those are the things that happen. But that narrative is going to be different now. Yes, people are angry, but the church narrative is not going to happen now. So now the question is, what is the new narrative that is going to happen? And there's something that people don't understand. That's something that Mr. Daniel had highlighted for Mana. I wish that Atiku becomes a candidate of the opposition. I pray. I do not want him to step down because it makes the message easier for Ashiwaju. And the message is simple. The message in the South will be that it is the South's turn and the South has to complete its 8 years. And the message in the North is that, hey, guys, if you want the North to, you have a lot of gladiators in the North that wants the power to come back to the North for 8 years in 2031. If you want that, just deliver 40% of the vote in the entire North. That's enough. And then the message in North Central is going to be completely different. So, yes, that people are angry, yes, but anger alone will not win the election for the opposition. And my hope, because when we want to push narrative sometimes, when the economy is a bit better for the people, it also helps in terms of when we try to push some of these measures. I hope that maybe by next year, the government is able to do things that will lessen some of this, in some very good areas, some of these effects, generally on the student. Let me give you a typical example of narratives, how it can change, how anger does not really win this election. I'll take a case study in Canada. In Canada, as at November, December last year, the Prime Minister at the time, Justin Trudeau, was destined to lead the Labour Party in Canada to an unprecedented loss in the election. The public opinion, everything, the Conservatives were actually leading by double-digit margin in terms of public opinion. But immediately Donald Trump started the tariff war with Canada. And people were generally angry with the Labour Party because the economic situation in Canada was becoming very tough. People couldn't pay rent. A lot of people were out of jobs. There was so many wrong things in the economy. But immediately Donald Trump started this tariff war. And because in Canada, the general populace aligns more the Conservative Party with the Republicans in America, then starts a switch in public opinion. By the time the election was eventually conducted, when the Labour Party had another leader, the leader of the Conservative lost his seat. That guy was positioned to win the election by double margin as at November, December 2024. By the time the election happened in April this year, the guy lost his seat. They had to declare another seat vacant for him to recontest, for him to be able to be in the House. So that is how far narratives can. People are still angry. The economic situation in Canada did not improve in 3 months, but people switched because narrative changed. So yes, I know that Ashwaju is working, based on some of the things I can see, on to make some of this narrative happen and then make it positive for himself. But me personally, what I would just say is that the government will have to continue to make the economy better for the populace, so that by the time we are pushing the narrative, it's going to just be better for for us to preach some of them, because some of us are still going to put our money and reputation in line on the line again for Ashiwaju, because we believe some of these things are important. Some of these steps are important, but when critical steps are taken that are important for the economy, the impacts are only seen in the long run. And it is always difficult for people that have been enjoying subsidies, that have been enjoying freebies from government, that have been enjoying so many things, to just understand in 2 years. So yes, people are angry, but the narrative will probably be what will switch it for Ashwaju.
Easy.
Yeah, thanks. That'll be my submission.
Abi, you know your back.
All right, right, right. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. Easy. Good day, everyone. Um, Speaking of the ADC coalition, what I understand with what is going on with the coalition so far is a clustering of disgruntled elements in the political space. People that are not happy with the trajectory of their political career, or people that have tried to, vow for certain offices and they failed woefully in their attempts. So they feel that they just need to cluster and form a coalition. And they are trying to draw parallels between what they're trying to do with what happened in 2015, whereby opposition parties formed a merger, not a coalition. That's a merger. They registered, they all joined, they all joined and collapsed their structure to form their collapsed structure metamorphosed to a new structure. That's what happened in 2014. 2013, 2014. That's exactly what happened. And the merger of 2015 that defeated an incumbent president didn't just happen overnight. We've been seeing traces even as far back as 2011, whereby the talks have been ongoing before the events of 2015. As of 2011, there were stories about let us do this merger, let us not do this merger. And there was a deadlock and breakdown. The breakdown and deadlock was so hurtful that even some prominent people today or not so prominent in the kitchen cabinet of the president. I'm not going to mention names. They even call the presidents all sorts of names, use some derogatory words about the president as at back then, 2011, and even some people that are actually speaking for the president today. But they didn't come out explicitly in support. But from their donations, they are speaking in favor of whatever the president is doing at the moment. They are part of people that actually, say all sort of nonsense about the president back then, because their desire for the merger was not accomplished. And with time, the whole merger was ongoing, and we could see the effect of the opposition party. January 2012, during the first subsidy protest in Ganifa Army Park, very simple organized Occupy Nigeria protest. That was there was no shred of violence whatsoever. It was a very peaceful protest, and they were able to mobilize people, and people came out en masse and protested in a peaceful manner. That was one of the best ever protests I've experienced in Nigeria as a country. In fact, that's even the best protest of the Fourth Republic. I don't think any protest beat that, because there was no shred of violence whatsoever. And people came out in an organized manner, and they built on that momentum. There were ongoing talks. Even the ex-president that was that the merger was to be favored, he had already given up on himself. That he's not going to run again. That if he runs with the Pope, he will still lose. But there was a handshake across Nigeria, Southwest and the Northwest. They came together and they agreed, and even some other parties in the Northeast as well. That's the ACN, the CPC, and the ANPP. Those three parties are the tripod stand that holds the APC today. The Abgas and the new PDP, those ones just came by the side. They saw that the food was already ready, and all they just did was they had to bring their plates to dish. But the tripod stand that holds the APC is ACN, CPC, and ANPP. So that's how it was done, and it was successful. Why? Because each and every person, every prominent members of those blocks, they were able to conceal their ambitions and allow the process to go through and reach a consensus and reach an agreement amongst themselves without any form of enmity or any form of any form of misunderstanding. They were able to agree, and everybody was able to know what we told their ambitions, because at the end of the day we all have ambitions, and it's not a bad thing to have ambition. So what we're seeing so far in the so-called ADC, number one, it seems they don't trust themselves. Number one, they said they tried registering a political party, but it seems their registration isn't forthcoming, and there are lots of irregularities going on with the registration, and as well as there's a queue, and INEC will not sweep other people that are ahead of them in the queue in the carpet just to favor some people because there's quote unquote big names in the Nigeria political space. INEC will actually have to scrutinize the registration process of each and every other party, regardless of your status in the society of Nigeria. And that's exactly what INEC is doing. But hey, there's gossip politicians are pointing fingers at INEC. INEC is biased. But INEC is just trying to do the job by following the process through and through. And they look for another party, existing party, despite the fact that the existing party might have its own issues as well, so internal issues, litigations and stuff going on within those parties. They are totally the party as a coalition party. And you can see that these people that are coming together, many of them have not left their respective political parties. Why? Because they are afraid of the unknown. They're afraid of the unknown. So already, your foundation is already built on the quicksand. That's where the problem. That's what is going on. So people that are trying to draw parallels with these events and that of 2015, they are just they are naive. I will not want to use the slow words on them. I'll just say that they're naive, that they know what is happening. Because you're already building your foundation on a quicksand, which is likely to sink at any moment. And that's what these people are doing. And as well as the fact that all of them have ambitions, all of them are disgruntled, most of them feel shortchanged in their former political parties. And most of them feel that, yes, it is my turn, I know it best. So they don't seem like a people that can actually sacrifice their ambition for the movement of the union. It's unlikely. And Peter Obi, Atiku has an ambition. And Atiku, except until proven otherwise, I don't see him as a man that is ready to actually shelve his ambition for another person to go through. Except proving otherwise. Hey, it's politics, anything can happen. 24 hours is a long time in politics. 18 months is also a long time in politics. A lot of things can happen within 18 months. So let's continue observing. Peter Obi on his other hand, his greatest impediment in this so-called coalition that is built on a quicksand today is so-called obedience. These people like people they're like advanced zombies that they only go in one direction. And despite the fact that yes, Peter Obi is happy to have a court followership of some sort, they are also an impediment to Peter Obi's ambition to become president. A serious impediment. Why? Because these people, Obi doesn't seem to have a genuine, I won't say control. You don't control human beings. Human beings are not slaves. You can't control them. He doesn't have that strong influence to actually, lead them that, hey, my people, don't do this. Let's not start using slow words on the prominent members of the coalition. Let us observe and let's us see how it is going, how it is going to go in the coming months. Then don't just tone it down. Obi doesn't seem to do that because Obi himself doesn't feel like he has influence over his mob, and also it seems that it is his people, his mob, that actually does instruct him on what to do. That's what it looks like. So far, they seem like a blessing and a curse to Peter Obi at the same time. They're an impediment to his ambition to become president. And the likes of Atiku as well. I've mentioned Atiku. Then Amechi, yes, Rotimi Amechi is also there. That one, I understand that one's a predicament. It felt shortchanged in the primaries of the APC. Probably he was an anointed candidate that wasn't announced. That wasn't announced. And yeah, so he felt shortchanged. And Undume, that is like his spokesperson, when I was speaking on his behalf, he said Tinubu neglected him or something like that. And hey, but we didn't see that report during the run-up to the elections of 2023. What we saw was that Amechi said he was not going to, he was not interested in a meeting with Tinubu, something like that. I saw it on the headlines, but I didn't bother reading the story. So that's the case that this so-called ADC coalition is facing today, and the foundation is shaking. And from look of things, they are more likely to implode than actually reach an agreement. So, but hey, 18 months is a long time in politics. So let's see how we go. Then, okay, finally, El-Rufai. I didn't talk about El-Rufai. El-Rufai, I don't know what his issues are. I don't want to believe that because he failed to become a federal minister in this administration is why he's going all out and getting angry and using all sorts of slow words and cannot control his temper, using all sorts of saying all sorts of derogatory words. I don't know. I think there's more to it. I think El-Rufai's predicament is more to do with the Kaduna state leadership. Is filled with the incumbent governor of Kaduna. So I think that is more to do with El-Rufai's grievances than it is so-called ministerial position that he lost. I don't want to believe that is why he's doing all this thing, because El-Rufai, he just became erratic, speak with so much bile, bitterness, anger, venom, rage. It's disgusting, and I don't want to see that kind of man inhering the corridors of power in Nigeria. No, it's gonna be a disaster. If that guy mistakenly becomes president, it's gonna be a disaster. It's gonna be a bloodbath. It's gonna be a bloodbath. And I personally, I might have been sympathetic towards this cause before. I personally, if I see a place where El-Rufai is likely to be the only option for president, I will run away from this country. I will run away completely. So that's what I'm seeing in the so-called coalition. And so far, from my own perspective, they are more likely to implode than actually reach an agreement or a consensus that will actually move their quest for taking power possible. So that's where my submission is. Thank you very much.
Agent Kerry.
Okay, thank you. Even so personally, I mean, apart from we make a throw bands or jab people for waiting for coalition, I don't care what happens to them, whether they are okay eventually or not. I mean, I don't even care about them, but I don't wish them well, anyways. So that I mean, I don't hide it about the election. I don't wish them well. So that's I mean that's going to remain like that. So because I know that majority of them, I mean, they don't care about the country. It's about themselves. And when I speak about when some certain sets of people come to speak and all like that, right? I mean, I refer to people that we were once together talking about, talking before the election and all like that. I mean, and the ones that claim to know politics and I mean, that's the one I'm referring to. I mean, not even so because I don't like doing this, but sometimes I would like to do it. In as at as at 2015, right? Our inflationary figure was single digit, right? Or as at 2024, right? Okay, let me see, 2023. It went as high as close to maybe 19 thereabouts or so. But I mean, the atmosphere was also, I mean, it wasn't like the people didn't feel anything, but the noise was not there. Then. It wasn't like people didn't feel it, but because the whole noise about this, oh, the atmosphere or whatever the cause or anything is happening right now, or whatever is expensive now. I mean, to this same set of people that I mean I'm talking about, right? It didn't start from there. It started from different causes entirely. From the Niger issue, then we spoke about the El-Rufai matter. From that was how it started like that. So it wasn't like also so it's not about a certain set of people say, oh, they care about the people that's right. No, they've never cared as much as I'm concerned. If for example, I have a stand, right? And I'm looking at things. If something happened before, I didn't see it as an issue. The same thing, I'm talking about the inflation now, and all of a sudden it became a big problem, such that okay, I can no longer wait for a year, and because of that, I'm bailing out of the boat. So there's more sinister about that for me, right? So and they have their rights. I'm not saying they don't, but my own job when I see hypocrisy is just to call it out. That is one. Then two is this, right? When people say uh when they when people say, oh, things are going to go down. So I like, I mean, personally, right? I try to manage my emotion and I try to moderate my expectations. The question is by how much? What are you expecting it to be? Because we all have to be sincere with ourselves. I think for me, this is what I've said from there are 2 months that a lot of things started going. In fact, this was between me and outnumbered, on a space like that. I personally say, I said, what is going to happen eventually is that the median salary is going to shift. The slope of the median salary is going to shift. Sorry, I didn't. I mean, the intersection is going to shift of the median salary. That's what's eventually going to compensate for all this. So people expecting things to just go down to what me. I mean, that's for me. That's the way I see it. Like we're asking for too much. What is going to eventually happen that I feel is going to try and match up and manage all these kind of things that okay, you're going to have median salary going up, and when the median salary go up, then people will be able to. I mean, people will be able to afford things and all like that eventually. Because if we look at, if we look at me two things, right? Even though I spoke about the inflationary figure from the past administration, doesn't mean no what I'm saying. Oh, the administration didn't do well, right? But the point was the then president he had a mission. He wanted to do some things, and because of that, he did some things which some people would disagree. But yeah, I agree with what he wanted to do. But along the line, I was like, hey, when since these people are sabotaging your efforts, open the border, crash the whole thing on their head. When you crash it on their head, everybody will come back to will be forced to join a discussion table. And when you are forced, then I'm going to let them know, hey, I'm doing this to help the country and to help you people that to help you farmers, right? If you're going to be making it more problematic for me because it's about my perception now, right? People are not going to judge me based on my intention. They're going to be judging me based on what I'm saying. So where my people are going to help me is that okay, the ones that love me, they're going to campaign for me. They're going to make people see my intention that oh, I don't have a bad that. But so that's where people will now work for me. But for you guys are benefiting from this. How are you guys helping me? If you're not helping me, then it's okay. I can also crash the market on your head by opening the border back, which the president failed to do. He didn't do that. So for me, I felt he could have done that, but he had a very good intention, and that actually affected something because there's no way you talk about there are some food that are complementary, some are supplementary. When their price go up, it affects some other things, right? And especially staple food and grains, because you look at grains, it's not only rice now in this case. Look at some other things. They are like base product for so many things we consume. So those things have multiply effect on other items, right? So that's the way I see some of these things. And this president is now saying, okay, since some of you, that's where this is where some people now have issue with him. Oh, since okay, I've waited enough for you guys, and things keeps going out of control and it keeps going up, and it's like this farmer, and he said, okay, one open border. Some people don't get problem with that one. I can't become now they can't jump away from different excuses where they don't they come from. Oh, from oh, he wanted to wage war against Niger. Yeah, he didn't give this person position. He didn't do this. He now jump on that one again. Hey, why is he opening border again? He wants to kill our people. He knows they are people. I mean, so you have to look at when people don't have when they don't stay with some particular ideology and they keep jumping on things, and that's specifically for people that we used to talk. Then that's where me I'm talking about it. I'm able to talk about the me. The people have reasons to be concerned. They have reasons to complain and all that. But again, in the end, what I see, because why I'm saying this is that people should manage their expectation about even if they go and bring an angel, we need to manage our expectation how things. I mean, I don't think they are going to because let's look at it. Supply chain is backbone of anything, whether industry or anywhere. Supply chain is critical. That's why I used to have a professor in UI who will tell you, he said, oh, it will be difficult for things to go up in Ibadan. And if things don't go up, money will not circulate. You won't be able to make a lot of money even if you invest, blah, 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 blah. That, but people are okay with the lifestyle of a simple lifestyle of it. He said, because when you tell them, okay, when you call a certain amount for maybe on vehicle or some other thing, some people prefer to even just work out some things and do something. He was making it a joke in the class, right? I mean, the professor that's published, in fact, is well known, not like just any professor, right? That was his own this about economics and how money can circulate faster and all like that. So he came from South South, right? So that's his own this. He said, oh, if you look at this, he said, in fact, he made a case of somebody that he said the same. We spoke the center of the north. He said, oh, he gave one Abuki 1,000 naira for something about 100 naira. He said the person didn't have a chance. The person should go 1,000. And the person no agree. Say no carry that money. Say the person say we rather give him that 1,000 because he felt oh taking 1,000 naira on something of 100 naira that it was too much. That he would rather let my professor add 1,000. He said okay. That people he said so that's his own this thing. So personally, but he said well, but when things that are serving as cushion when it happened that people won't have the choice. A lot of things will be forced. And one of those things is actually logistics. When prices of fuel is not only for it's not only for vehicles, there are other things that also use fuel, right? Then talk about diesel. Okay, there are alternative gas for diesel, right? The gas is cheaper anyway. So all these things they drive they drive price. When they drive the way they drive price, it's as this even some of them have buoy prefects. So these are the things we have to look at. So if you're now saying things are going to go down, we have to ask ourselves by how much. That's the question. But what I believe is that the median salary is going to go up, and a median income, sorry, I correct my word, median income is going to go up such that it will now, I mean, that's what I feel can manage what it is right now. But expecting price to crash considerably to what it used to be, or probably just by 10% to from what it used to be, I mean, I doubt it. That's from my own personal understanding of economics and the way things work. I doubt that. So that's what I see. So so the question is, how much are people meeting up their demands or their needs right now? What more can government do to actually make this happen? So these are the questions we need to now do, which is probably providing more jobs, making people have opportunities and all like that. So that's the way I feel they can actually cushion the effect of these things. Thank you.
Thank you, Agent Kerry. Akin. Yeah, thank you, Agent Kerry. Mr. Akin, are you there?
Yes, yes, I'm here. I'm here. I'm actually here to. I've been listening to some of the conversation. Um, my take is what I want to talk about is around what ADC vis-a-vis if this is an Atiku El-Rufai gang and agenda, if they have any agenda, if that is if they have. Just like the last speaker said, the speaker before the one that spoke now, kind of I came in when he was talking about El-Rufai and the pain within the heart of El-Rufai and some of the antecedents of what El-Rufai stands for as in his political life. I don't know him personally. Or I think the person I know personally is the current governor of Kaduna State, who I used to work with at the time in the National Conscience Party at the time with Ganifime. And having said this, if you ask me, just like that speaker said, and I want to echo that, I see, I listened to what Amici said in channels when he was being interviewed, and he said something that's stuck with me. They asked him about things around people having personal agendas and around if they want to be president, because he was asked straight on if he wants to be president, to be the president. He said they've not gotten to that part yet. And that is where I'm going to queue behind the speaker before this speaker that finished now to say that it is going to implode. Because for some of us that are coming from as an obedient, and for someone who loves Nigeria, and we know the antecedents of people like Tambua. For me, people are not even talking about him. People are talking about Atiku El-Rufai. I think the person for me that we seem to have left behind is Tambua, who is going to. We also what he did, his antecedent around what he did in PDP on the day of that primary, and the same thing is going to play out. You see, when I saw the gathering earlier in the week, I saw almost all the former, got together. They were trying to talk how to wrestle power from the current administration, who, of course, even though I'm an obedient, and I believe that the likes of Atiku, El-Rufai, and to some extent, the man I supported, will probably not do more than what this one is actually doing, because the problem of Nigeria
we have a long history of problems that we've not been able to solve. And you will not know what the problem is. And like, you know the problems, but you don't know the level for which this problem have eaten into our fabric until you get into government, become the head of probably the president. Then you begin to like, so this is how big this problem is. How are we going to solve it? Then it's become, people now begin to look at you that you are not really doing anything. Now, this is not me holding forth. I'm just speaking in a generic manner. And having said all of these things, like I said, one of the greatest mistake that these people are trying to do, these people trying to collate themselves in one place, is that it is an agenda that they put together. Now, this is me speaking personally now. An agenda that's been put together by Atiku, El-Rufai, who, for some reason best known to him, is bitter with the current president. What happened between them, we don't really know. Everything we all say here are more of hearsay. But we know that he's bitter with the president. So this is strangers, members of people with different opinion, people that have personal vendetta, people that are angry with the president, not with the policy of the president. Because we are supposed to be, we need to start trying to dissect all of these things. Because during those gatherings, I got on a space and I asked a very, very jamming question. I said, this gathering, what does it portend for the people of Nigeria, the masses of our people? Are these people gathering for personal reason, for personal gain? Are they gathering to try to change the course of the history of our people? Or are they gathering for personal gain? While I was trying to make my point at the time, somebody quickly interjected and said, I am talking nonsense. I am talking nonsense. But we have not even spent up to a week after those gatherings, the gathering we saw, and we are beginning to see crack in all of those things. You see, like that speaker said, and I'll go back again, it is going to implode. When they get to that conversation as to who is going to be the flag bearer, that is where, I will not even call it implode. I would say it will explode. Because at that time, if you look at those characters, those gladiators, all of them want to be president. But there are some people that want to be president genuinely in that place. But there are some who just want to say, I want to be president. But where they are going is to be Senate president. Who probably want to be speaker. But they will say, I want to be president. So that they will be relevant. But again, where does the people of Nigeria, where do they stand? How does this gathering help our people? How does it help the economy? And like what this last speaker said, he was trying to talk about the political economy of Nigeria. How the people are suffering or otherwise. Nobody is talking about the tax system that the government just introduced. Nobody is talking about how do we make, I've not seen spaces around that, how you can become rich or you can make wealth, to say. You can make wealth looking at the tax arrangements. How policies, how we can enact policies that can, or policy drivers that can help the country, help the nation. Nobody is talking about Vision 2035, Vision 3040, 2040. Nobody is talking about all of those things. What we talk about every day we come, even our TV stations, they become politicized. We talk about today, now. We are not being futuristic. And just last year, they said our population was 250 million or thereabout. But now, I heard some people talking about almost 300. What does that tell us? It says that while we were busy fighting, busy abusing ourselves, busy disrespecting ourselves, We were every night we go to bed and we sleep with our wives, and they will give birth, and the population keep increasing. But our economy is not growing at par with how will I put this down? Our economy is not growing, in percentage as to how we are going to what we need to solve the problems that we have.
Mr.
And the population, sir.
You said you are obedient, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just want to ask you a question, and the question is that do you feel like many of these spaces are not being hosted, or you were not online at that point when they discuss critical issues, or you
Bros,
just maybe come online
I am no.
when many of
I
these
am usually online. One of my friend is here. I saw Mazi here. I come online. I
no,
just sometimes just stay in the speaker session, listener session, and
no, you
I
are not
just
online.
listen.
You might feel like you are online and might not even be online when many of the, because I see it like we have this kind of excuse like we don't discuss critical issues, this, and you definitely you don't know. I just kind of see it that way, because most times when we discuss about so many things, there's no how we don't follow up when it comes.
Maybe on your own space. On
But
your own space, you
but
come here, you
even
discuss. You see,
even Mazi
when
that
this
you
other
discuss,
guy, sorry,
even
sir,
Mazi that
when
you
this,
Mr. King,
yeah,
even Mazi
yes, sir.
that you're saying, he
Mm.
also holds space when many of these issues arise as well.
I know. And
So
that's why I said, Maxi, I've known Maxi for a while now. He's my friend. You see, your space, you discuss those things. You agree with me that we have a lot of spaces where people go, they just talk, insult themselves, fight, and do all of these things. For me, I think this is the time we need to begin to bring ourselves together and begin to talk about the country itself, the nation, how to move it forward properly without devoid of political alignment and realignment or whatever aspiration that we have.
so so
We spend time fighting, but
you agree that many of these people, Peter Obi and many other people, are of the same uh should I say political ideology, or they are not
do
the,
they even have do they have ideology? Do they know what ideology is about? You see, people just quarrel and fight and misbehave anyhow during the election. You understand? You agree with me? People were so I don't know. That was the time I started hearing people using even though that I want to motele got on by bigot. Some places bigot, they fight themselves. Do behave the way anyhow as if the country is not ours,
so
and that is why.
what made you at least you definitely have what's your conviction before you become an obedient, right?
Let me tell you why. I know you are going to ask me. You see, during the election, this is me. You bring your come and discuss your policy and policy drivers. You tell us what you want to do. At the time, it was Peter Obi's submission and all of that. I listened to Atiku, Bola Tinubu, and the likes of them. But at the time, Peter Obi's his conversation, the conversation around what he wants to do, kind of resonate with what I believe and what I think I stand for
So so
at the
so
time.
do you feel like you really
Abeg, can I ask a question? Can I ask him a question?
agent, just hold on. You
Hold
are
on, sir. Hold on.
do you feel like you really did a critical analysis of this, let me say, these three candidates, or you were just persuaded by the noise or the bullies of many people, that because
No.
I understand the wave was obedient movement, and that is majorly what many people were followed at that point.
Answer.
It was not
No.
really
No,
about
no, no.
it was not
No,
really
it
about
wasn't.
huh?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. No, no, it wasn't. It wasn't. No.
So
I did a critical analysis of because Tinubu was not really talking at the time. if you remember, what he
Yeah,
was
yeah,
simply doing at those
I
times.
understand,
No,
but
you're not listening. I think that's
no,
what happened
I
there. You're not
understand that
listening.
people were seeing him like he was not talking. He spoke in so many plays, not precisely because I understand that. I think NGS was one of those.
NESD, not NESG,
Yeah,
NESG.
they are so
He
they
also
are.
spoke somewhere. He also spoke in one event. I believe we try to find the name of that event.
He
That
spoke
event, that event, I said no matter how much you protest, they are going to
exactly
win
no
succeed.
in him and
What's the name of that event?
I've forgotten this event where
I've
it
forgotten the event.
where he talked about his where they were asking him about his wealth or something like that. I can't remember that.
In fact, in that same event, easy.
That BBC
In,
now.
Yeah,
That was
BBC.
BBC now.
in that same event, this guy even made reference to the Chicago.
After Chatterman's outing, the BBC journalist
No,
gave
that was
it
not
this.
BBC.
He
That was
honored
not
the
BBC.
interview.
The one I'm talking
No,
about is
that
not
was
That
not
BBC.
was
BBC.
BBC.
The
Where
one he was talking
No,
about, that
where they
was
asked
the
him
American
after his
contract,
words.
where he
It
talked
was
about
BBC now. The
Guys,
video is
hold on,
online.
please. Guys, hold on, please. See, the event I'm talking about, even this guy spoke in that event, Wale Tinubu, he even made reference to the Chicago saga. And Wale Tinubu said that was his lawyer during that event of Chicago, whereby Tinubu was even insisting that he's not going to forfeit that money, that he was going to fight for his rights. It was Wale Tinubu that said that he was not advised like Baba for what he led. Litigation on him, I know
So
litigation.
in Onjo, I understand that some people were like the opinion of Baba Iti Dagba is old already, Jare. He might not really perform. That was
No, so
the
to be honest, to be honest, during that course of campaign, no, there's some days that Tinubu himself will travels like 4 states in 3 days. So the campaign strength got to him. I'm a Tinubu fan, and I will admit that at that age, at 70 plus, I'll be traveling up and down on presidential campaign. It's not easy. So he was stressed at some point in the campaign. But the fact that I said that he wasn't speaking at all, no, you are not listening.
No, no.
And the
You
noise,
know what? Let's say it like this. You will say at the time, at the beginning of the campaign, Obi was almost out there talking. By the time Tinubu probably want to say start talking, I wasn't listening to him again
no
because he was not talking at the
exactly,
time.
exactly,
Me, I have
exactly.
Now,
already
since now,
wait,
Uh,
my boss. I have
easy.
already made up my mind that okay,
exactly.
this
That is
person.
also part of
But
it anyway. But
but listen, somebody said something just now, which is critical. That I perceive him too, like just this person just said, that this man is old, he will not perform. But honestly speaking, I'm an obedient, like I said. He has not really, for me, he has not really done bad too well, knowing very well the problem of Nigeria. For me, he's done a little bit more than what I expected him to do, if you ask me. I was even asking myself, will Peter Obi would he have done better? But I couldn't answer that question because
would you
Obi
have
is not the
taken
president.
many of these
You
critical,
understand?
like many of these critical
Easy, I beg.
policies
Make
that
I ask you
reforms,
something one question.
reforms.
Yeah, those
Easy, I
reforms.
beg.
I
Make I
gave
ask you
you
a
the
starting one
example
question.
of the school, for example, the money, is it student loan something?
The student loan,
NEFCON.
yes.
Yeah. For me,
No,
I
that
I
one is
I
even by the
like
way.
that. I
The
like
reforms
that.
that stood out for me personally is the forex
So, Mr.
unification.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry for
No,
trying to delay
no
your
problem.
thing.
Oh, we are talking. No.
So, I agree with you that, out of all of them, Obi spoke the most. But I mean, my own personal opinion is not, for me, it's not about just to talk, it's about what you're saying, right?
Mm.
So, it was my bias that didn't let me hear Obi very well. I know he was talking, right? And I listened to most of what he said, right? Maybe it was my bias that was actually working there that I felt it wasn't making sense to me. Could you tell me about two of his policies that you love the most that he spoke about and he talked about how he was going to do it during that period?
You know, I will not talk about those things now. I'm sorry. I will not talk about it. Because if you ask me, I'll tell you that we've gone past that.
Thank you, brother.
We've gone past it. I think we should just move forward. Move forward.
Okay, Mr.
Mm.
Akin. So bottom line, as it stands now, you're more likely to vote for Obi in 2027 if Obi picks up the tickets of any political party.
You see,
As it stands.
if Obi picks up the ticket of ADC, I will vote for him again.
But that's not possible now,
Well,
at least.
I know where you are going. Me too, by myself. By myself. I know it's not possible. I don't want to deceive myself. I think we will not.
That's
I
fine.
think we will not
So
allow.
so so So, Mr.
No, no,
King,
no. I'm not saying
But
looking
if
at the
Atiku pick
no,
trajectory,
the
no. I
ticket,
thought you said
if
sorry.
Atiku pick
Sorry, I
the
thought you said
ticket,
APC. You said
I
ADC.
will rather
It's
me.
very possible. anything can happen.
Baba,
Atiku can
so,
step down.
it's not
looking,
possible.
so
It's very
we know it's
possible.
not
It's
possible
very
anyway.
possible.
No,
It's
no,
possible.
no,
It's possible. I
Inojo,
don't want to deceive myself. It's not possible.
so,
Easy.
so
You can't
Inojo
change.
is
See,
not
6 months,
possible.
18 months is a long time. Oh.
Atiku
I
will not
know,
drop
except
his
Atiku will
ambition
sleep.
for.
Wait, I think except Atiku will sleep and go and meet God. Otherwise, Peter Obi will not get the ticket. And if Atiku gets the ticket as an obedient, person, I know when we say obedient, all of you think, for those that are the other side, they think we have is a group of people in one place or group of we know themselves. Everybody be obedient for your own self. Oh. Me, I would rather allow Tinubu to continue than voting
So,
Atiku.
Mr. King, my own, though I have my own bias as well, but my concern to you is that, do you kind of see Peter Obi different from Atiku in the eyes of politics, and looking at the journey so far between Atiku and Peter Obi? Because we know where they stand. We know their where Peter Obi belongs. And Peter Obi is just a Atiku is just like is more like a boss to Peter Obi. Do you kind of see Peter Obi doing something spectacular, like in terms of policies achievement, or even his past record, or do you kind of see him as someone that would even perform if you are to give him that chance? Because you need to be more critical about
You see,
this
I
decision.
I I I did not just say that I support Peter Obi by mouth. I believe that Peter Obi will do much more than Atiku if he becomes the president. I don't want to go the way of Tinubu now. Let's leave Tinubu. He's doing what he's doing, and he's not only one person that is running the government. So for those people, irresponsible people or irresponsible obedience that criticize Tinubu, for example, I think they are making a huge mistake, because it takes a lot of people to run a government. It's not just that man sitting up there, even though the buck stop at his table. You have to go with your policy to convince him. Now, for Peter Obi now, if you ask me, Atiku is not Peter Obi's boss. It's just because they ran on the same ticket, I think some time ago. That does not make him the boss. Atiku tend to feel that he's the boss.
He shares that sentiment, at least
Well,
before this whole obedience ways.
if you ask
As
me,
at
I'll say, yeah,
2018,
body language wise, yes, he probably behaved like that.
as at 2018, 2014,
Yeah,
pre 2022,
yeah.
Atiku, Obi sees Atiku as his leader
Yeah, that's what he's saying. Of
because
course
he's a
now.
mentor.
Of course now.
But now that Obi seems to have grown some wings now, so
He says
obviously they don't
he
want
grows
to.
some wings. Baba, you
Yes,
don't
of
want him
course,
to
it's the
grow.
truth of the
You
matter.
don't want him to grow wings. You see, let me be honest.
No, I'm not
With
saying
due
that I don't want him to grow.
respect,
You're missing my
with
point.
due
You're
respect
missing my
to
point.
all the political gladiators, aside all those Amechi, the likes of them, those ones are, I don't count them. You see, Atiku, Tinubu, and the Peter Obi, they are all qualified. They have everything to rule, to be a leader, to be the president of Nigeria. But we are talking about who is going to deliver. Now, if you say between Atiku and Obi, for me, I feel and I know that Obi will deliver much more than Atiku.
Okay, Mr. Akin, you believe Obi will deliver. I don't agree with you, and I don't disagree. But if you have to look at him in his prime, when he was still strong, when he has that capacity
He's
to
still a
do
young
more.
man. He's still a young man.
No, yeah, you can say that he's still a young man, but you can also say that when they were still very, maybe like 4 or 5 years ago, or 7 years ago, when he was still the governor,
Yeah,
is there
yeah.
anything like that give you a way that this man will achieve far better than this man
You
in
see,
terms of what they have? Because we will definitely look at their records in the past and how they have been able to achieve certain things in their own time when they were very young. For me, I'm still in my 30, and I can do far better than what I'll be achieving maybe maybe when I'm in my 60, 70, because I'll be able to multitask, speak with people, like do many things at the same time. So even if you tell me that Peter Obi is still like is still young now, do you see him like doing something that would give you away being a president of a country that he has done in the past before when it
You,
comes to his record?
you know, this man actually came from the private sector, and if you are a private sector corporation man, you will understand that your end goal for you as a corporate man is to achieve. So for me, I see him as an achiever. Now, this is not me belittling or trying to belittle the president of Nigeria. You see, at the time, somebody said, I wasn't listening to Tinubu when he was talking. I agree with you. When he started talking, I wasn't listening again because I've made up my mind. But that does not mean, honestly, I didn't expect him to do anything because I felt he's old. But the man has surpassed what I felt. He's the president. He's old. But that does not take that thing in his head out, that brilliance in his head. He has not changed. In fact, he's even doing more than what he actually did in Lagos. If you understand
Because
what I
Mr.
mean.
Akin, look at his interview as at when he became the president of this country, and to this present moment, has there been any time he has not been speaking or he has made some statements that are not that use Kini
No.
Baba himself,
I've just told you now.
even with the old age, or that
No,
you
no,
probably
no. I
want
am
to?
not going to, I'm not saying, if you notice so far, I'm not in the business of criticizing the president. I've just told you it takes more than one man to be to rule the country.
Because where I'm going
He,
is that, Mr. Akin,
he's done
where
well.
I'm going is,
He's done well. If you talk in terms of his age, he's done well. Policy-wise, his ministers are performing, though not all of them. But the key ministers, they are performing. And if they are performing, he is performing. For me, he's done well. Excellent. But I think he's touching those basic things that we expect him to touch. If you understand, that's why I said to
so
you that
so when it comes to communication as well, is he
is he
communicating?
communicating? Yes, he is trying. During the election, you see, those of us that did not support him at the time, honestly, we used to sing that song that time to say this man that is not well. But a lot of people do not understand that the rigorous election campaign, whatever, you have to transfer the country, go around almost everywhere in the country. It will take a toll on you. You understand? And because of his age, of course, he has to rest, he has to travel to seek medical attention and all of that. But look, since when he became president, that he seemed to be a little bit more stabilized now or stable. He's doing well, he's talking well, he's communicating now. You can understand if he's speaking. Even I'm even asking myself, he's not the same man that was a little bit as if he was sick that time. I used to joke that Buhari has taken him to where Buhari went to get make him get well. But honestly speaking, for me, I think some of the things he's doing now, these are some of the things we will see later in the future. It's not now. The decisions they are taking. I'll use it. I continue to use the tax arrangement that just came out. Because I sat down to look at it again. You can, I don't know, the new tax arrangement. If you go look at it well, for those that are reasonable, you will know what this man has done. It's not for now with this tax arrangement. It is for the future. For those that have eyes to understand what this man has done.
So I still believe that I really appreciate your thought process and how you have been able to at least listen to the man, because some people might have been blind with their bias, and even at some
No.
point
Well, why are we biased? Because at the end of the day, it is our country, right? It is Nigeria. Our first priority is not to, our allegiance is not to these political gladiators. It is to the country, to the nation, to Nigeria, first of all, before we begin to talk of individuals. Whether
so
Tinubu
so
does well or not,
so
posterity
Mr.
will judge
Akin,
him.
in the space of 2 years, we have so many people that can list out this man achievement when it comes to policies, when it comes in the area of agriculture, even FCT,
Mhm,
tax reform,
mhm,
net fund,
mhm.
coastal road. so many other many projects going on currently, even in different parts of the country in the space of 2 years. And his appointment of minister also like came in very early. They started working. Many of these things like fall in like in terms of many of them started working at the same time. And he declared that subsidy is gone immediately. And people were, I think that was the height of it anyway. So since people really fell out though. But my own concern is that do you kind of believe that Peter Obi would achieve many of these things in 2 years of his administration if he is the president of this country? Do you strongly believe
Okay,
that he would achieve?
if he had become president in 2023, is it not what you're asking?
Yes, yes.
There is no way we will know, but I believe in my mind that he would have done just like Tinubu is doing now. You see that Naira
But
thing, he would have done the same thing. He would have done
because
student
the
loan.
tax reform, because many of these things, coastal road, like many of these policies, Nel Fund, these are things that he has been talking from his colloquium.
But if
Birthday.
you notice during the campaign, both Tinubu towards the time he started talking, he was talking almost similar things with what like almost the same thing that Peter Obi was
No,
saying.
no, no.
I disagree with you, Mr. Akin.
Obi
I
arranging
disagree
house
with
now.
you.
but
Obi arranging house now.
I
He
disagree
cannot do
with
it
you.
like that.
You
I
know,
disagree
its
with you, Mr. Akin.
manifesto came late. Peter Obi was not even interested in bringing out any manifesto at the initial stage until they started asking him. He was saying that he doesn't need any manifesto. He has what it takes and all that. But many of these things that PBAT is doing are things that he has talked about in the past, that he has documented down that I would achieve I'll do this, I'll do this. In the area of the energy, I think he has not really like done in terms of the expectation of many people. But for me, I don't really honestly have a problem in that, to be honest. But he might still achieve more. There's still time for him to do that because we would always look at the past administration where we had so many like almost more than a year, I think 6 months before we had our ministers, before we had many of these. But I just want you to understand that I don't believe that.
Easy. Easy. It's not even just about ministers. The first term of Buhari, where the emergence of Bukola Saraki as Senate president, there are so many bills that Buhari tried to pass that they threw the bills away under the packet. That is the light of the day. See, I don't think I respect your choice of supporting Peter Obi, Mr. Akin. But the truth of the matter is that I don't think Peter Obi has the range whereby he can influence legislation. He's not he's not politically intelligent, and he's not someone that can have that influence on these power mongers and power brokers in National Assembly. He just doesn't have that aura. No disrespect to him or what he has achieved, but it's just the truth from my own perspective. Because, for example, look at this tax reform bill. Ordinarily, this tax reform bill is one of the major reasons why the North, quote and unquote, today wants to get rid of Tinubu, and also the issue of dollar unification. Those are, and Peter Obi is somebody he has shown so times and times and times again whereby his followers here on X, when they blast him, he will not backtrack. You understand? He doesn't seem to have the spine to actually drive an agenda to see to a logical conclusion. He will cave into pressure, and it might even be way worse than Goodluck Jonathan if he magically ends up getting there. That's my own opinion, anyway.
Yeah, because I believe that when you look at when Peter Obi started
I would like to engage,
in,
please.
in
I would like to engage you.
Mr. Akin is still here.
I'm here.
When he started the whole campaign, he was deleting many tweets at the same time. I think he probably did not really understand what he's into at that point because
That is why you see those people that supported or that support Tinubu and continue to give Tinubu the support that he requires without giving Tinubu support. Tinubu, by by history or by whatever, is a master planner, master strategist. We all know that. But please give Peter Obi. Let him. He has plans to do something for Nigeria too.
Yeah, Mr. King, I believe he has plan. Everybody has plan when it comes to power. But look at one of his statements where he said he knows that everything will be tough when it comes to removing subsidy. But he will remove it. Even if you guys protest or do
Yeah,
anything,
that's what I'm
I will
saying.
not I will not take it out. But do you kind of believe that Peter Obi will not bow to pressure when it comes to making hard decisions that has to do with removing subsidy? Because he said
See,
it clearly that even if you guys, because we used to have an election whereby we would sugarcoat, I don't know where that is coming from. We used to come from election whereby it is always sweet mouth. They tell us that they would achieve this in how many, but the man was able to tell us that these are the hard decisions that many of us. That is one of the reasons why I kind of see like maybe people did not go all out because he has said many of these things, and maybe that's one of the reasons why people did not. Mr. King, I think he dropped, but we would like to have you back on the space. But anyway, change man, you maybe wait for him. I think he has a call. I think he has a call. I think he has a call. So, please,
Easy, can I say something?
yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I think it's like that Mr. King has gone. Wow. I wish to have addressed him, but I think he has gone, and I think it's kind of a when you see a superior firepower, then you just have to leave one way or the other because he was trying to compare
No, no,
Tinubu with
no. I think
Obi.
he has a call. I think he has a call.
That's it. So,
Yeah, yeah.
okay, we'll wait for him till he comes back. But can I go ahead and just make a few
No,
submission?
no. See, there's no need to shade him. He's just a Nigerian that he has every right to support who wants to support. And to be
Yeah.
honest, he's not like the average obedient. He's trying to
No, no, no,
use
no, no. I'm not saying I'm not. You didn't even get what I'm saying. We didn't even. I've not said anything now. I didn't say you should not support whoever I want to support, but I want to state some things that you cannot compare Tinubu and Obi based on some facts that are put down, probably when he comes back. Because I will tell him what Obi has done that Tinubu will never do. You understand? Probably when he comes back, I will have wished he's still here. But then I also want to say something. Mr. Easy, can I go ahead and make a submission, right? Just a few minutes.
Okay, because I think the change man is here before you, but go ahead.
All right. Okay, thank you. Uh, my submission is very simple. We've been trying to dissect all this coalition and Kwashoko party, and some people are attacking them, calling them names and all that. But my own submission and my own view of them is like they are doing what a politician will do. What an average politician that is not logical. It has no the love of the people at heart. That's what they will do. It's so simple. And I will tell you why. Amechi has been in government as a speaker 8 years, governor. Was he a governor? Well, minister? I think he was a minister for another 8 years. So he has had this political trajectory. Same thing with El-Rufai. El-Rufai was, in fact, I would say probably a governor of Federal Capital Territory for 8 years with OBJ. He has also served in Kaduna 8 years, another 8 years, and he was looking for a position of a minister too, as a politician. Aregbe has been a governor, has been a commissioner for probably 8 years, a minister for 8 years, a governor for 8 years. Now, tell me, they are not 90 years, they are not 100 years. Where do you think they will submit an application to say, I beg to apply? Which company? Which organization? They can't go and be applying to anywhere. It's either the president, any president that is in power will give them a ministerial appointment, a chairman or head of corporation, or anywhere, ambassadorial appointments. That is their level now. Now, in a situation where they did not get that, what do you think they will do? They won't just keep quiet. That's why I use an average politician, because some politician may say, okay, fine, I think I'm okay. Let me just go and sit down and be a godfather somewhere. I think Odile and Co, Jonathan, they sat down. But people like that they still have this ambition, where do you think they will go and beg to apply? They won't go and beg to apply. They will join the people that is also struggling for power. And in this case, Atiku and Obi. So they would definitely want to gather to get power because they have no source. They have no other career to go to. So for me, I think it's a normal thing that they are doing. But we need to just watch them and watch their steps. And those in power, those in the ruling party now and their coordinators should not take it with levity, because the Yoruba will say, well, maybe let me say in Yoruba, then I'll try to translate it. Oni kini kan mo ko mo wara fun, on that dete or something, ko mo wara fun, but o mo danu or something like that. Like he's someone you can't create, but you know how to destroy. That is what they are going to do. It is now for the present administration and the lovers of the present administration to keep a tag on them. What are they doing part time? Insurgency, causing troubles here and there. That is what they should be looking at. So that is my own little submission. But I don't know if Akin is not back. But let me just submit with what I wanted to say. Why? Because I came because of Akin, what he was saying. He was trying to compare Tinubu with Obi.
I
One,
King T, I don't
yeah,
kind of see Akin like someone who has a strong conviction for Peter Obi. He's just trying to like, he's not the
yeah.
regular
That is.
obedience and
So I
it's
want to,
open
yeah,
minded.
I can see that. But he's saying, you asked a question that in 2 years, Olobi will have done this. He said, yes, he will have also done this. And you also said something that no, Tinubu brought his manifestation. Obi was not even interested in manifesto. That Obi was not interested in manifesto. Yeah. So I want to water it down and give him this. Tinubu, he won't be able to compare them to, in fact, put them on the same pedestal. Because one, Tinubu will never say he got an advice from a madman. Tinubu will never say that. Tinubu will never use a parallel market value of FX to evaluate the economy. He will not.
When,
Because he's
do you remember when they were asking them about climate change as well? Climate change, so many things that even the president Pibat was talking about now. Peter Obi was not really informed about many of these things. He doesn't really know many of this, but I don't really understand why. Well,
The
I
truth of the matter is that Peter Obi, the reason why he says all sort of nonsense most times is because he talks too much. And when you talk too much, you will start saying all sort of nonsense that doesn't
yeah,
make any sense.
you know,
no,
I
even
would
if
And
you talk too much and you understand what you're saying, all right? You understand what you're saying. You
see,
will say it, you give it in
King T,
different dimension. Now,
let's
if you
just
know that you don't, and if you
King
know
T,
that you don't know, you will try to reserve yourself, not talking too much. So that also tells on
King
his
T,
intelligence. So I don't know. Okay, go ahead.
King T, my apology. What I will just land my own with Akin is that he has been like, just like you have immediately started following this person, and it will be very difficult for you to now retract and start making another U-turn. I think that's the major reason about that's it. Not like he has seen anything very spectacular about Peter Obi, but he has followed Peter Obi based on the noise, the wave, and he has started maybe what Peter Obi was saying then, all these Bangladesh, uh, uh, so many other statistics that he was quoting then. I think because of many of these things that he was saying, the obedience like just keep pushing him on that track, and that's just the basic of what winning that numbers. And I think maybe Christian, this religion aspect also is part of those things that I
You
just see it
see,
that way. So
if you say religion, I will agree with you. I will agree
I
with you
just
that
use
okay,
like
the
to
the
make
the
my submission.
sentiments of religion, okay, fine. But if you're now saying if it's not religion, if it's just you feel like Obi is intelligent, or you feel like okay, you don't know your steps back, then I think you too you are not intelligent. You know why I said that? And I'll say to any person that is following Obi that thinks he's intelligent and does not know his track back, if you have think that he's not up to and you don't know the way to come back, it's just like you're going somewhere and you're following someone, or you even get an Okada man, an Okada rider. Okay, I don't know the address. Take me to this address, and the person says, "Okay, I know the place. I'll take you there." And the person starts merry-go-rounding. What do? You get down from that bike
me
and
me
find your and
I
trace your
believe,
steps.
yeah, let's just hear from Changema. But me, I believe that
Oh,
it is highly disrespectful to even put PBAT side by side with Atiku, Peter Obi in any ramification, like track records, achievements in the past, those they have built differently, what they have been able to achieve in their own capacity. I don't, you cannot put them side by side, but I think it's
Exactly. That is
what's
where I actually want to land it, because it shouldn't even be comparing them at all. The gap is too wide. It's not marginal, it's too wide. So let me allow change man. Thank you, Easy.
okay. Change one.
okay, yeah. Thank you very much, and good evening to everybody in the street. I will say today that I am very, very happy to see a rational thinking, obedience in X space today. You understand? And that is why I decided to request for this mic immediately. Because when somebody's choice should be just the person's right. And when you see majority of obedience, they don't think, or they within them, nobody have the right to make a choice apart from them. And with the way this King T just spoke here today, really showed me that he's just rational. And maybe he is supporting his candidate because he thinks that his candidate can do this or that. You understand? And maybe when the candidate does that, that the candidate through that thing that he thinks that his candidate will do will advance this country. Because if you watch him speaking, he made mention that he is interested in Nigeria. Unlike other obedience that are just interested in seeing Peter Obi becoming president, not even considering maybe any qualities that Peter Obi has. And just like Kim came up to say, that you cannot put them, Peter Obi and Tinubu side by side, trying to compare them. It is not possible. Peter Obi does not have that leadership quality. Because a leader assumes responsibility. You understand? Just like Tinubu now, if Tinubu is talking now, he will tell you, yes, I know that there's hunger in the land. I know that my people are suffering. You know, this what is a responsibility that he knows, and he wants to make sure that in future that despite these people are paying this price now, if they can benefit from this, let their children benefit from it. Unlike Peter Obi, whenever anything happens, instead of Peter Obi to assume that responsibility, yes, I am here to solve a problem, just like the problem of labor. If you ask him about the problem of labor, he will start pointing accusing finger on somebody else. Do you understand? It is Mr. President or federal government that is causing the problem for us. Because already he has made a name in this Labour Party. And majority of people see him as their leader. So it's something that if he assumes that responsibility, he can come out and say, okay, you come, let us sit on a table. And when they sit on a table, you start telling them that this is a family thing. Is there no way we can solve this problem? But he does not have that. And when you watch a leader speak, a leader does not say, I will do. A leader does not say that. But rather, a leader says, we will do. We. And if you watch Tinubu at Chatham House, whenever they ask him a question, you watch the statement he will always do. He will say, we will do. And when they ask him that question, he will not delegate it to maybe one of those people, one of his team that went with him to that Chatham House. That does not mean that he cannot answer it. But the only thing is that Mr. President cannot be everywhere. The reason why you have these ministers is that you expect them to work with you, not I. And comparing this number to Mr. Peter Obi, if you compare it, can you mention maybe about 2 commissioners that work under Peter Obi when he was the governor? You cannot, because you just believe that I alone can do this job. I can do the job. And if Akim was here, I wanted to ask him some questions that would have helped a bit to reshape his thinking, because I see him as somebody who wants this country to be great. I don't see him like those normal obedience there. That what they are just interested is just Mr. Peter Obi becoming the president. If you ask them, in the past, what has Mr. Peter Obi done in the past? That will now draw your attention to say, okay, let me throw my support on this person because he did this in the past. When he assumes power now, I believe that he is going to do the same thing and even do more than what he has done before. None of them can say anything. And I want them here just for them to give me 2 or, okay, let me say 3. But if I give them 2 now, they will begin to mention all this one that is moving around with me. Just 3 commissioners that work with Mr. Peter Obi, and those of them is still relevant in political arena today. Just because Mr. Peter Obi just believes that it's just the same thing like business, not knowing that business is differently, because you alone, as a director of a company or CMD of a company, can take decision on your own, you alone. And it's expected that those people you employ will have to abide with it, whether it is okay or not. But becoming a leader now, you need to check some certain qualities. And those qualities is what? Being able to assemble those people and being able to put yourself in a situation to allow those people to exercise maybe any quality that they have. Do you understand? Just like the way, what's his name, Wike is Federal Capital Territory. Are you not seeing the way he's performing? He is not performing like that because the president allowed him to perform. There are a lot of things, propaganda that people bring. So many people will be thinking as if Mr. President is not aware about this propaganda that they bring against Wike. He's a land grabbing. He gives this, he does that. And so many people will think that Mr. President is not aware. Mr. President is aware. But whenever those things come, he will analyze this. If it were people like Peter Obi, he will just fizzle out and try to remove Mr. Wike from that particular position. And maybe at the end of everything, when he may have removed it, he will not find out that those things were not really the actual problem. That it was interest from certain group of people. Like if there are some people that have left government before. If it were in this government, I don't think they will go that way. Like Kemi Adeosun, the way she left Buhari's government, if it is in this government, I don't think that Mr. President will allow that to happen. What about the EFCC man? They said a lot of allegation on this man. Up to today, we have not seen anything. And if it were Peter Obi, the same way that guy left is the same way he will go. So this is just my little opinion. Mr. P2B does not have that leadership quality. It is not in him. And what you don't have, just like Mike usually say, if you know day, he didn't day. Anybody expecting that when he goes up there that he's going to do anything, he can't do anything, and he's not even courageous. He's not courageous, unlike the present president, that is courageous enough to do whatever thing. He's courageous enough to leave a legacy on ground before leaving. So if I don't know whether you people are still hearing me, if you are hearing me, let me end by saying this. For you to hire a driver, you don't pick someone to come and be driving you just because you saw the person passing. You have to subject that person to a driving test. And if the person is subjected to a driving test, then you will not decide whether this person is a good driver or not. So majority of them who follow Mr. P2B, apart from this Akin, I think majority of them don't know that you have to test a driver before you employ him. Majority of them don't know that if you want to employ a cook, that person has to cook so that you test what the person cooks, and if it is tested to your satisfaction, then you employ the person. They don't know this. So thank you very much, Mr. Easy, for giving me the opportunity to speak. I have the mic.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I don't know if Agent Kerry wants to say, then we'll take Mr. Bamdele. Mr. Bamdele, are you there?
Okay, let Mr. Bamidele go. I just wanted to say a few things before, but let Mr.
You say
Bamidele.
your few things because Mr. Bamdele might go on long. I don't know if you're.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, I was going to say one thing, right? Because the reason I asked my brother what I mean, maybe about two of these policies that actually, I mean, because people need to understand that it's not just to talk. I mean, so what the person is saying is also equally important, right? I wanted to catch maybe it was my bias that was just not making me feel what Obi was saying made any sense because even before he released manifesto, it was not like okay, it had to even come from his own quarter. I mean, somebody that had a soft spot for him, like he had to force him to kind of like okay, bring up a manifesto. Then eventually, I wanted to know because for me, if you're saying that, it showed that I probably didn't have any plan. Just wanted to talk through things. That's why most times you say I will do this when they say how. And it goes on a monologue of something entirely different. I mean, he speak the way. I mean, he speaks on this, or he speaks on the surface level. It doesn't. I mean, he doesn't demonstrate knowledge of what he's speaking about, especially when it's involved in some technicalities. That's why when they now ask him questions, how he says what. So when they ask him how, I mean, most times he deviates or he just gives. I mean, and if you try to box him, you just say, okay, that's his secret. He doesn't want to make it. I mean, so that's why I was like, maybe I was the one that didn't know. I didn't hear him well, or probably I didn't see anything maybe he was talking about. That's for me. I mean, that was superior to what people had presented. That would make somebody say, "Oh, he listened to him, and it was based on what he was saying." I decided to follow him. That's one. Then let's not make everything about religion. Sometimes, right? For some people, so some people also have this. They have this. I'm trying to manage my words so I don't inflame some people. They have this. I mean, they are not standards, but they have this soft. Okay, let me say soft spots or guilt in their hearts that Nigeria has treated the Southeasterners so badly. So for them, it's not only about what the person is going to do; it's just about let us at least have a Southeastern presidency for some people. So sometimes it's not all about religion. That's why some people just support. And but some people will come out here and say, hey, I mean, I have a friend. I mean, he's obedient. We talk on fire. We spoke 2 days ago, up to like level. His own is he will tell you, who just give these people at least. That's his own. It's not even. So because when we will go on and I always say tackling that okay, they do PhD, okay, that's good. That PhD, so that means you understand logic. Oh, yeah, let's go logic by logic. Let's analyze. Okay, this person said this. You go about that. When I don't box down to corner, you go say anyway. Let's leave all those. I don't even care if he's able to do it well. I mean, you go come switch here. Those one will come from so place where they do them. They no do them. Then they do them well. Now no see support them. We'll just give these people. I mean, even now one time, make them do. So and now I'm talking, man. Hey, you're now. And it's also from Edo, it's not from the eastern part. I mean, we can't say people's excuses are not valid. But I just said, well, hey, you're now talking. Your own is coming from position. Hey, empathy now the word where they find. Your own is coming from position of empathy. But don't come and tell me, oh, you care about the country. It's not about the country for you. It's about, oh, you just almost started. So, you go tell me, you those people happy, are they not part of the country? Okay, I agree. But so don't make it about logic or one person don't know anything. I mean, so there are people like that, and their concerns are also valid. So I am so, but all this going out, I said is I mean that's why I don't buy it because if you, I mean, if you, and it started with that we don't talk about economy, how people can actually take take advantage of opportunities, and you can that we are not talking about that. But one of the most important discussion during in the build up to the campaign was actually the national, is it the economic summit group, something that NESG that they did then. That was one of the most important. I mean, I don't think anybody will listen to those candidates that spoke in that summit and they will say, oh, hey, what say will be understand the economy. I mean, let's not even talk about past somebody. Let's even talk about whether he has understanding. I mean, they asked him about KPI. My guy say no, no. I mean, I'm not taking away the fact that if he gets there, he might have people like I'm sorry to say, this is my bias. Jonathan has PhD, but I don't think he's well grounded in economy, right? But he had people like Kunjo who allow those people. Perhaps Obi might be able to pull such weight too. Besides such, but the only side advantage of those kind of people is that you be at the mercy of these people. So if they are misleading you, because you don't know, and you trust them, you believe them. But at the end of the day, you have to take responsibility. You have to be accountable for whatever happens eventually. And because you might not be able to question them, as long as it's involving high level of technicalities, and these are part of the issues, right? So for me, people have a right to support whoever they want to support, whatever, but they should just come out clean and say, oh, this is why I'm supporting this person. Hey, I'm going to just say, okay, now your own, this is your reason. If I now want to convince you, more. Yeah, I will now know how to go. But you won't make it about oh this person he made some things that were better than one person. And we now wait on that monologue. We don't argue. We don't over nothing because you had a different thing while you're supporting the reason. But our argument has been based on what you told me, which was not the real thing. So these are just why sometimes I like to talk to people like this and engage them. Thank you for letting me speak.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Agent Kerry. Okay, Mr. Bamidele has dropped. I think we are currently at we are at the point of running up this space, and it's a beautiful conversation. And at the same time, okay, Mr. Bamidele is coming back. Mr. Bamidele.
ESG, it's not. It was part of. Well, it's just excerpt from the video, but that was the point. That video was the point of one obedient dumping obedient family before election. No, before election, because Face TV. I think that guy is the owner of Face TV YouTube channel. I subscribed to the channel because of what I heard from him. Was one of those people creating content against Bola Ahmed Tinubu before, dropping videos, old videos, comments from people. But after the NESG engagement of Bola Tinubu, that guy said he couldn't stand to see the APC performance of Peter Obi and that of Atiku. If he, unless he want to continue to deceive himself or to continue to be immersed in his delusional imaginations, right? That is tautological, right? In his delusions, unless he doesn't want to rescue himself from that. He had to just leave Peter Obi, let Peter Obi be. I can't see somebody that is this son in Bola Tinubu, and I say I will pick Peter Obi. That video he analyzed, he make excerpts from the interviews and the rest, and that was even so. Akin, for people who that do not know, Akin is a very wonderful guy. He has been we've engaged a lot of time on Madam Esther's space, and he's a very reasonable person. Very reasonable. He has even I can't even believe he will say he will go to be to get ticket. Maybe he was just speaking in parable that it is not possible for him to speak in for Bill Gates, because in the same breath he was saying it's not possible for me to get ticket. Some people will to get ticket. So if he has to vote at all, I think a follow-up question to that question was, okay, if Obi is not on ballot, are you going to vote? Who are you going to vote for? And that will have settled, because he has come to identify with several policies of Bola Tinubu on Madam Esther's space, and we've been following ourselves, we've been friends. If they say he saw me on speaker session, we'll have been dropping my name, because he didn't take notes. You understand? So that was why when I heard him that you are engaging, this is not an obedient person. You that even went back to be asking if you sound like obedient, what convinced you to be an obedient? All this is the question you are asking. It was though the instance of that question prompted my looking for going to my YouTube app to look for that video I put on my time. I put it on my time. I tried to share it on Jobotro. I don't know whether it's a drop in the chat room. So maybe it has dropped in chat room, but I tried to put it on the Jumbotron earlier. So that video, anybody can go and see it again. That guy narrated how Bola Tinubu showed understanding of economy in particular. And I think the fact that Tinubu has some technocrat advantage about the economy should be a sufficient conviction for anybody from any part of the country that the economy policy is going to do. We have to believe in him, because you understand what it is. So it's different from somebody. If Wale Edun engages him and give him an advice, he can criticize Wale Edun right from there and tell Wale Edun, you've not gotten this thing right. He will mark his seat for him. That is kind of funny, but it's just an advantage. But is that a prerequisite to have a good leader? No. Peter Obi can be a good leader too. If he show capacity to engage that quality of person, not that he is the person that is a scholar, an high caliber economist. No, you don't have to. Aluko did well under Abacha, as bad as Abacha was as a leader, as a public servant. But the economy was not that bad. Aluko was the engine room. Professor Aluko, the professor, that notable professor, many of us read his book in secondary school for economics. Professor Aluko for the Ekiti State, and all the guesses that indicate he was the one that was instrumental to the creation of Ekiti State was very reasonable, because he was very close to Abacha and he was working with him all through. So now, if a leader can get that capacity to develop that political gumption, that political courage to say, this is the way we must do this time around. You are not to get the technocrat, the expert, who you are not going to be dictating to, who is going to use his pure expertise to handle every sector of the government. It's as simple as that. You don't need to be personally convinced what is right. But what you just need is that you should get that will. But unfortunately, none of the basic quality that we are talking about, in terms of the will, Peter Obi does not have it. And all obedient group know this. There is no single among them that does not know. Because it's not possible for somebody to be afraid of his own mob. A leader cannot do that. You should be able to drive them to where you want to go. They should believe in you, and you must be able to convince them this is where we have to go. So if a leader is being tossed around, you went to a hall of ADC, you went there, you have not gotten your own conviction right. As a group, you've not gotten your conviction right as a group. So now your conviction is not aligned with the conviction of Aisha Yusufu, with the conviction of Dati Ahmed. You are not a leader. He has shown that in many instances he doesn't have what it takes to lead. Look at when Aburo cases started, when Aburo for was supporter party with Apapa and Bayomi. It's like just like being tossed around Peter Obi on the face of egregious allegation against Abure. Peter Obi that is just coming out of an election where he was presented as a Puritan. He was presented as a purist, a Puritan who doesn't have a stain in his character. They now have damning allegation against Abure. Peter Obi stood with Abure. There are police reports that Abure committed fraud or forgery. Police reports, police documents that are admissible before any court. That can even sell Abure to jail. Peter Obi at that material time did not have a stand of his own. That is not a leader. You can't say because you are not so and not make a statement. And look at the status of Labour Party. Peter Obi has not made any statement. Rather, he said it is another person that is not in their party that is destabilizing their party. How can an external hand who is not a member of your party, no matter how powerful he is in government, how can you destabilize your party? And you cannot put yourself together. One of Obasanjo tried his wedding. What did Tinubu do? He just emerged. He just gathered the like minds who are ready to move on, who are ready to governance, to attach themselves to it. The other people he left in AD, they eventually ported to PDP, or they were allegiant to PDP. People like Baba Adebanjo, people like Adebarati did not even go on time. He was sitting back at AD. However, until he became a presidential, until he made himself a presidential candidate of AD, and he died during campaign of 2007. Those are the people after Adebarati, nobody remained in AD. So Tinubu was not crying that Obasanjo has infiltrated AD. What did he do? He emerged a stronger party in AC. And they become a fortress to produce 6 governors. Not up to 4 years after. 4 governors, not up to 4 years after. They had Oshiomhole, they have Ibukuri Ambosun, they have they have Oshiomhole. I want to count the Ibukuri Ambosun. They had Ajimobi, may Allah forgive him, he's late. They have Aregbesola, they have Fayemi. That's 5. 5 governors years later. Not more than 4 years from the time Obasanjo left office. All of them became governor. 3 of them got it through court. Oshiomhole, Fayemi, and Aregbesola. They were not crying that their party is being destabilized, is being infiltrated by PDP. And Obasanjo actually infiltrated the party to derank them. He couldn't get Baba Akande bought over. He couldn't get Baba Olusegun Osunbagbo, who is even from the state of bought over. He couldn't get Lamadesina bought over, and Lamadesina died. All of them stood together with Bola Tinubu. He couldn't even get Niyi Adebayo, who was the youngest among them. So if you have that capacity of that leadership, that will to lead, to the promised land, you must show that ability to make a decision and determine this is where we are going to go. That is Obi doesn't have this. It's not about derailing. It's not about trying to preach hate against you. No, he doesn't have it. What you don't have, he cannot give. He doesn't have it. He can't control Aisha Yusufu. Not Aisha Yusufu cannot control her. Aisha Yusufu cannot read her body language, his body language, and say, this is where we are going to go. This Malinda doesn't want it. How can Aisha Yusufu be putting it on a timeline, not a free pass statement that he made in passing? on a timeline that Malam Nasru El-Rufai is has a neutral value. How can you write it down? The newfound love of the same Peter Obi. So all these things shows Peter Obi doesn't have capacity to even control his mob. That is why his mob can be driven. They can be mad at Professor Wole Soyinka instead of Peter Obi making a definite statement that no, this is not obedient. People have infiltrated. I even disowning that. Rather, Obi succumb to the mob, even against Professor Wole Soyinka. Where has he gotten the determination? Can such a person, anybody that have a suggestion that Obi will have done the same thing Tinubu is doing, this person is a liar. I'm sorry to say. Apology to that emotion, to that my subjective comment. You must be a liar because it is clear Obi doesn't have any quality to stand any of the quality Tinubu have stood. Can Obi have done tax reform bill? Obi cannot remove subsidy. Obi cannot remove subsidy of petrol. He cannot do it. You can promise what you cannot do everyone also because it became a popular statement when Tinubu declared that he's going to remove subsidy, whatever what comes, he's going to remove it. That was when the Obi later started saying, started to say it. And Atiku started to say it. It was never they were never in their initial mention. They never mentioned it initially. Until Bola Tinubu said it before any CSD and some other under policy engagement gathering that he attended. They never had the intention. So can Obi remove fuel subsidy? It's not possible for a Peter Obi to remove fuel subsidy. If you want to get it, you actually understand. Do you know the number of fights that Tinubu have done? Obi cannot unify currency. He cannot stop arbitrage. It's not possible for a Peter Obi to do it. It's not possible. 1 million Obi cannot do it. That you say you are going to float naira, that so that some people will not have access to preferential treatment in getting forest allocation again. Obi cannot do it. Anybody that claims he can do it is a liar. He's a liar from the pit of hell. He cannot do it. He cannot even give you a strand of evidence that Obi has ever done anything of college in his entire political life. Not even among the obedient. How can you not be able to organize Labour Party? How can you not be able to get Apapa, Arabambi, all of them on your side? And you cannot even get them on your side for them all of them to gravitate to you. After the presidential election, you cannot win a word for Labour Party anywhere in Nigeria, even in isolated elections. And what are you talking about? You cannot make a statement after the presidential election. Obi has not made any statement in all the isolated elections, not even in Imo State. There they all speak Igbo. The idea is from. Not even in Imo State. They did not win a word. Now tell me, where is that quality? Is it possible for a Tinubu to be when all the odds were against Oshiomhole kept his editorial district intact, even against Obaseki, even against Obedience. All the elections they've done since Oshiomhole left chairmanship of APC, they have not single election he lost in his local government. Obi doesn't have that. So where is the will? We now go to far end to the extreme of saying that tax reform bill, somebody like Obi will have done it. How would he have done it? When the old governor say they made a statement that Tinubu should withdraw it from National Assembly. Obi said no, we will not withdraw it. We are going to discuss the issues rather than withdrawing it. Would Obi have done it? Would that we not have died with that statement from all the governors, from the northern political leaders, from the northern Malas, Sultan and all of them that gathered and said no, it's against the North. Can Obi stand that kind of statement from them? Can he explain to them? Can he engage them? What do you want to be lying to ourselves? You can't convince pastors of Arab of Labour Party, despite the fact that you even have a sitting governor and you are not a pauper. You still have crowdfunding reserve that you have the money you can pay. How can you not be able to bring all the guys together? What happened? Because you don't have that leadership capacity. In fact, it's a grace of God that somebody like Peter Obi, though we saw him not winning prior to the election, that God has shown All of them, he cannot even win the election by the election of the result. I mean, by the result of the election, rather. So the point we are making is that people should not make the mistake of saying, Peter Obi will have done something. You can be saying, you can be just writing what Tinubu is doing, but say all of them promise they will do the same thing.
Mr. Wamde, wrap up, please.
Thank you, sir. All of them said they will do the same thing. That is the only thing you can say. But that they will do it, actually, if they were mistakenly or by one way or the other elected, they couldn't have done it. In particular, Peter Obi couldn't have done it. And many of the policy, 1 million Atiku cannot do it too. Not even if Atiku will do anything, they would not burn 1 million Atiku. No, not burn and west, say go touch for forest. Say go touch go there float naira. They not burn and west. If the country the whole money, if they print money, are they going to ask Atiku after he has left government? He will continue to print money. They will only be controlling the media to manage the information so that they will not tell Nigerians the truth. What is it? Is it not an easier thing? And is it not a money spinner for any president at all to float naira? When you peg dollar, say the dollar is 600 naira, the dollar is 500 naira. The big boys are going to have access to it. The select political class are going to have access to it. The people, ordinary people who are trading, who are importing legitimately, who are exporting legitimately, will never have access to dollar. Even if they do anything to $1, they will not get the dollar value. When they get to buy, they will get naira. They will never get it. And that was the thank you very much. Let me just leave it there. Thank you. Don't worry. No need for somebody. Thank you very much.
Omoluabi, just take 2 minutes so I can close up this place.
Sorry, easy. I think there is a space with APC. It should have started at 5. I saw the flyer. Did you see it?
Easy, it's fine. I think I'm okay for my submission.
Okay, yeah, thank you, guys. Yeah.
But at the end of the day, remember, we should not be telling them what to do. Let's continue to open their nyash to show that they don't have the capacity. They don't even know what it is to do a reform. Because, like I said to people from the beginning, none of the presidential candidates, when the subsidy was removed, of course, like Bamidele said, they don't have the balls. But the one that really was the fact that even when the student loan was signed into law, they criticized it. They couldn't even give us alternative option. But today it's a history. When tax reform started, none of them, the only thing Obi said is that you can't be taxing people that are hungry. And meanwhile, in that tax, it's not that we're taxing anybody. It's just to create a framework that will be easier for people that are earning lower to get more money. So he cannot even analyze anything. Somebody who cannot analyze ordinary tax bill. When governors are coming out, look, as much as you say that Ndume is bad, at least he took a stand. And he said, this is the reason why I'm not support this thing. And it take confusion until people put it together and say, guy, it's not what you are thinking. And I'm shocked that none of them sat down, dissect this thing, to even look at it that, okay, guys, let me look at this thing. This is the loophole I saw in this thing. This is what I think I think we can do to change some of these things. None of them did that. And then somebody will come and tell me he even understands. They ask him, what would you have done differently? I wouldn't have done it. I wouldn't have done it. I would have done it. What is that word he used? I would have done it. He used one very funny name. I would have pegged it at 600. I wouldn't have done it the way they did it. Yeah. Okay. So so that tells you that he doesn't even
Know how this thing works. You say you will remove subsidy. Yes, I will remove subsidy, and then you still come back and set the price. How can anybody who understands how subsidy works, you say you will remove subsidy, and then at the same time you determine how much the price will be? I am not the one. That was his last interview with Arise TV. How can you remove subsidy and then still control the price? It just shows you that he lacks knowledge about it. You say you will not float, you will float in Naira, but you will peg it at certain. Where will you get the money to defend it? Again, shut down. So it just tells you that this guy has no clue about the economy. And I always tell the supporters when they say he was the chairman of a bank. Okay, you can be anybody can be chairman of the shareholders. You can be a chairman. You don't have once you have the largest share, they make you the chairman. You are not the one to run the day-to-day functioning of how the bank operates. You are not the one. It's just to sit down there like a figurehead that you are. You can't take any major decision. So which one he runs the bank? How can he run the bank? And can that one run out even a community bank? Talk less of running a big bank. So for me, it's just for us to start opening their ears. The things we know they cannot do because they can't do it. That's just the truth. And may God bless Emir Sanusi. Emir Sanusi has said it that all these things they are telling you is just sugar coated by they are lying to you. They cannot do it. Anybody who said to you that I'm coming to fix Nigeria, I'm coming to fix this mess that's on ground, and he's telling you it will not be difficult. It's a lie, he's lying to you. So Sanusi has prepared our mind to let us know that it's going to be a difficult task. And it's a difficult one because take it or leave it, it's going to bite bad. And we're experiencing it. But there's somebody telling me that he understands how these things work and he will do it. Obviously, they don't really understand. And I'm happy that they have been exposed. And by the grace of God, before 2027, all these policies, we have seen the benefit of it. I mean, a couple of days now, the debating will be done. Once the debating is done, then the economy will be back on top. Nigeria will be back on top of the biggest economy in Africa. And then we will not start dominating. And I think what the other bill I'm expecting is the petroleum tax bill, the act, there's a reform that needs to be done on it. I'm expecting that. Once that is done, Nigeria is good to go. All these shenanigans we're having, people like this will not even come on TV to come and discuss the economy because we know that they don't even know it. No, even if President Bad did not come back in 2027, nobody can reverse those policies. They can't because when you reverse it, the entire world will come back descend on you and you will know what it is. Thank you. Easy. Have a good day.
Easy, sorry, oh, I don't know whether you are going. I'm going to APC space, and I want to announce to you people of the DCC, you can join that space. Is to engage review of Tinubu's activities in 2 years of government. Open debate. You are free. You will give you mic. You can
Okay,
ask
okay,
questions. You can go and decide. Thank you. It
okay,
has
okay,
started by
yeah,
now. And I want to.
okay, yeah. Thank you. I don't want to even take like 30 seconds to even drag the mic anymore. Thank you guys for joining this space. It has been like an interesting conversation having this ADC drama once again. But at the same time, I don't believe that we cannot have this conversation. We'll keep talking about it, and this is part of what politics is all about. If they are talking about maybe people, ministers, and many other people, we would find a way to at least have these discussions too. So